At Miller Park in Milwaukee, the New York Mets play the Milwaukee Brewers. Friday Night Baseball is presented by Jeep. New York Mets baseball on SNY is brought to you by Jeep, now celebrating its 75th anniversary. By Geico, over 75 years of savings and service. By New York Lottery, take a break from the expected, play scratch-off games from the New York Lottery. By StubHub, looking for great seats, head to StubHub, the official ticket marketplace of the New York Mets. And by Nationwide, speak with James Finaro in Bethpage or Steve Principe in East Meadow today. Mets had a successful debut by the shores of Lake Michigan last night, and they're in Milwaukee again tonight. Hey, it's the Fonz. Mets at Miller Park looking to continue their winning ways in the land of the bratwurst, and they've got a new old friend on hand to help them. And a pleasant good evening, everybody, and welcome to Milwaukee. Gary Cohen, Keith Hernandez with you tonight as the Mets play game 2 of their 4-game series against the Brewers. Mets won last night. They won 2 in a row, and they'll have Matt Harvey on the mound tonight. After Harvey's well-documented stumbles, he's put together 2 excellent starts in a row.
Well, he's pitched in the last 2 games against the White Sox and the Marlins. He's only given up 1 run in 14 innings. 2 7-inning starts, outstanding. I thought the start against the White Sox, he really had great command. I thought that was his best start, Gary. Against the Marlins, he didn't throw quite as hard, but it was more velocity than when he was struggling. I thought it was a great start for him, had better command of his slider. I think he's on the upswing, and I like how he's handling it with the press. It's 1 day at a time, 1 start at a time. He's slowly building. This will be a great step for him to have 3 in a row terrific starts.
And those 2 good starts have lowered his ERA from over 6 to under 5. Meanwhile, it's been about a week since David Wright went on the disabled list with the herniated disc in his neck. He's going to be out for a long period of time, and there was a lot of speculation about how the Mets would handle it. Well, since Wilmer Flores got the job, he has been hitting, had 3 more hits last night, and looks like he may not give that job back.
Well, isn't it funny how you get a second chance? So Wilmer was kind of the lost guy here, a backup role. Cabrera was acquired over the winter. He became the shortstop. Wilmer was kind of lost in the shuffle. He struggled, got hurt. That really hurt him. He comes back now with a big break, and he has just worn it out. Had 3 hits last night. He's just hitting at a torrid pace since he started at third base.
Kelly Johnson, acquired from the Braves earlier this week, is here. He's in the lineup tonight at second base, taking the spot of Neil Walker, who was hit in the chest with a hard one-hopper last night. Neil's okay, should be ready to play tomorrow, but he's a little sore today, so Johnson gets the start at second base. The Mets and the Brewers on a beautiful night with the roof open at Miller Park. All the action coming your way tonight right here on SNY. Why is brought to you by Jeep, now celebrating its 75th anniversary, a lifetime of freedom and a world of adventure. Get to Citi Field for Free Shirt Friday, June 17th. The Mets face the Braves at 7:10. All fans in attendance will receive a Neil Walker t-shirt courtesy of McDonald's. For tickets, visit Mets.com/Free Shirt Fridays. Now time for greater coverage of baseball, brought to you by T-Mobile. Top two teams in the West get together tonight. Longtime rivals, the Dodgers and Giants. And what a marquee pitching matchup. Clayton Kershaw, best pitcher on the planet, goes tonight against Johnny Cueto, who's gotten off to a magnificent start in his first year in San Francisco. Beautiful night in Milwaukee. Come on back. It's the Mets and the Brewers. First pitch is coming right up. To you by Geica. Night off for Michael Conforto, so Alejandro De Aza gets a start in left field. Kelly Johnson plugged right into the lineup with his re-arrival. He'll play second base tonight. Kevin Plawecki starting with Matt Harvey, even though Harvey had success with Rene Rivera his last two starts, because Plawecki's had a couple of key hits this week, and Terry Collins wants the offense.
Well, I think with the offense struggling, although they got 13 hits last night, I think Terry's going to play the hot hands. And there's the starter right there, Junior Guerra. His 8th start. He's pitched well, fastball and a split finger, and this guy has been everywhere. 31 years of age. He broke in last year with the White Sox with 3 relief appearances, and we'll take a look at the Coors Light Brew Crew defense. Kurt Neuenhuis, the former Met, in center field. The All-Star Ryan Braun in left. The infield Aaron Hill, who sat out last night, is back at third base. And all-star catcher Jonathan Lucroy behind the plate. He's hitting over 300.
Curtis Granderson started last night's game with a home run. 5th time he's done it this year. 16th time in his Mets career. That ties a franchise record, and the 40th time in his career overall. Granderson, De Aza, and Cespedes. Junior Guerra's first pitch is a fastball that misses inside, and we're underway. That's facing Guerra for the first time, the rookie right-hander, 31 years of age, from Venezuela. He has been everywhere, man.
I'll say.
Including in the Mets organization at one point. Misses with a slider, and it's 2-0. Guerra started out as a catcher in the Braves organization. The Mets got him in 2008, but he failed a drug test, was suspended, and the Mets released him after that. And then he began a 5-year odyssey of pitching outside organized baseball. Taking high 3-0. He pitched in independent ball. He pitched in Mexico. He pitched in Venezuela. He even pitched in the Italian league, but not even for a team in Italy. He pitched for a team in San Marino, which is a different country. 3-0 to Granderson. It's too high, and it's a 4-pitch walk to open the night. But Guerra has plugged the hole in the Brewers rotation, and at age 31, Craig Counsell is happy that he's got Guerra, who has already won 3 games, has a 3.61 ERA.
Well, his last 3 starts have been particularly good. ERA is still just slightly above 3. De Aza steps in right now, and Terry mentioned he was going to try to give him more playing time. With Conforto going 0 for 4 last night, he's out in left field.
De Aza's 11th start of the season. His last start was Wednesday in Pittsburgh, went 0 for 3 and a walk. Granderson at first and nobody out, and a fastball in for the first strike of the night for Guerra.
Guerra's a 6-footer, 205 pounds, pretty solid guy. But they say his out pitch is they got an excellent split finger.
Got him on waivers from the White Sox after he made his debut with Chicago last year. He was the first player the new GM David Stearns acquired. Grounded down at first, handled by Carter, gets the out at second. Villar's return throw, and it's dug out by Guerra for the 3-6-1 double play. Neatly turned all the way around.
Well, nice play by Carter, who's not known for his glove. And he went down, he hardly bent over. It's like, look what I found, and it turns into a double play, and that's well done. Guerra covering the bag and got him by a half step.
So just like that, 2 out and nobody on. And NYN Cespedes will step in. It's been an interesting last couple of games for Cespedes. He's 5 for 10 these last 2 games, and 3 of his hits have gone to right field.
Yes.
Including a couple last night.
Couple bullets last night. Well, Carter, who turned the double play here, doesn't come off the bag and comes up smelling like a rose. And I just didn't bend over. He's not known for his glove. He's a big burly guy, but you know, he didn't even bother to come back and try to cover first base. But he's a hitter. He's a home run hitter. He's not known for his glove.
Guerra quickly ahead on Cespedes 0-2. From your standpoint, when you see Cespedes hit the ball hard to right field a few times, is that an omen of better things to come for him in terms of getting his swing back locked in?
Any hitter, Gary, everybody's the same. When they struggle, you get out in front. And Cespedes, we mentioned it last night, his quotes in the paper were, I'm out in front right now. I'm a little bit quick. I'm aware of it. I'm working on it in the cage. So that's how you get back. You got to get the ball in today's parlance. You've got to get it deeper. Let the ball travel deeper in the box.
Interesting, no shift on him tonight. It's taken in the dirt 1-2. I mean, last night they had 3 infielders on the left side at times against Cespedes. Yes. They're playing him pretty much straight up on the infield now.
Very much, Noel, very much pull, I believe. The shortstop's playing very much pull and on the outfield grass. And I like the way Carter has positioned himself this first game in this series and now tonight. How many balls has Cespedes hit down the right field line? Take that hole away from him.
Well, they're giving him the entire middle of the diamond now. James Loney's hitting cleanup tonight. He would be next. Guerra ahead on Cespedes 1-2. And there's the splitter, and it's fouled off.
That's one thing that I've noticed with Cespedes. When he gets fooled on a breaking pitch, or in this case a splitter, that's a nasty pitch. He can stay in the at bat. He somehow gets a piece of it just to fight another day, or another pitch in this case.
And he fouls off the fastball. Well, he's certainly taking better swings than he did a week ago.
He never gets cheated too, Gary. He's got 50 strikeouts on the year. That's a lot of strikeouts, but you know, he's really the cleanup hitter in his ball club. He's really not the third hitter. I loved him hitting cleanup. Well, but with all the injuries, what are you going to do?
Well, also when Conforto was going strong as the 3-hitter back in April, it just set up perfectly for Cespedes. 7th pitch of the at bat is a splitter in the dirt, and it's 2-2.
Good
I mean, remember, you had Wright hitting second, Conforto third, Cespedes fourth, and Duda fifth. That's the way the lineup was structured back in April when things were going well.
Maybe I can get back in uniform and hitting that third hole.
It never failed you before. Chopper hit to the left side. Big hop for VR. And he gets Cespedes by a stride to end the inning. So Garrett works around the leadoff walk with help from the double play. Matt Harvey heads to the mound when we come back. Pretty much the same as last night, other than Aaron Hill playing third base tonight rather than Hernan Perez. The Brewers 4 games under 500 starting play tonight. They played well though over the last 3 weeks. 10-6 since they left New York.
And the Land Rover numbers for Matt Harvey on a road this year. He's 2-5 with an ERA over 5 in 7 starts, but that means nothing. The last 2 starts is where it's began. He's going to have 32 starts on the year this year. That's 20 left. He can make up a lot of ground and to be a lot of help to this ball club in his final 20 starts of the season.
Jonathan VR 0 for 4 last night, but he's done a great job in the leadoff spot for the Brewers. .398 on base percentage. And he whacks one foul. 0-2. Matt is facing the Brewers for the first time. Milwaukee's the only National League team that Matt has never faced before. It does bring to mind, though, the fact that when he made his major league debut, it was in a retractable dome stadium, much like this one. Remember in Arizona back in 2012, he made his first major league start, and now he's come full circle back to a retractable dome to face the Brewers for the first time.
That was a brilliant major league debut in Arizona. I remember that game well.
Struck out 11 that day. 0-2 to VR. And he comes inside with a slider, and VR skips out of the way. 1-2.
One thing Matt has been doing, and I agree, when you're struggling, you've got to find your rhythm. And he was saying how nothing felt good in his hand. Since his turnaround, he's been pumping that fastball in there and early to find his rhythm.
1-2. And a half swing and a miss. Badly fooled on the slider. VR is struck out for the first out.
Well, there's the Harvey slider that we've come to know and love, and it's hard to lay off. It's such a razor blade slider. I like that term.
Now Not that a razor blade has been close to that face lately.
There's the grip right there. Just you can see the circle on the ball. And on the opposite side of the ball, it's the same circle that the hitter sees, and it allows the hitter to identify the slider.
Here's Scooter Gennett, who had a big night last night. 4 for 4, a double and an RBI. It's only the second 4-hit game against the Mets this year. Adrian Gonzalez had a 4-hit game the night Noah Syndergaard got ejected, and Gennett last night. And he flies one foul. That'll go out of play, 1-1.
The Mets defense brought to you by Lexus. De Aza getting his 11th start and second in left field. Loney over at first base. That's his 10th start over there since he's joined the ball club. Kelly Johnson gets his first start as a Met, and Plawecki behind the plate.
Fastball misses to Gennett. So Kelly Johnson joins the team today. Ty Kelly gets sent back to AAA. Ty Kelly was wearing number 55. He hadn't even left town, and Kelly Johnson gets his number. And now, in fairness, Kelly had the same number last year when he was with the Mets. But they did the same thing last year with Dylan G. Remember, Dylan was, the body wasn't even cold, and they gave his number to Logan Verrett.
Hey, it's cold-hearted business here.
It really is.
I think the Mets gave my number to some couple pitchers. I was hot.
You mean like Dae-Sung Koo and Satoru Komiyama and Jose Lima? Those guys?
Yes.
A little nubber out in front of the plate, and Harvey's on it. And Gennett retired, 2 out. Luis Lopez. The list goes on and on. A lot of people have worn 17 since you wore it. Now, David Cone wore it, but he wore it in tribute to you.
That was fine.
And then Brett Saberhagen wore it in tribute to Coney after he left.
The fruit doesn't fall far from the tree, Gare.
Well, you have your sycophants. Or do we call them followers now? 2 out and nobody on. Now Ryan Braun. Braun was 0 for 4 last night. Still 7th in the National League in batting at .321. Malone did a great job against Braun last night.
He did. Mainly stayed away from him. He came in one time, but for 3 at I think he had 3 at bats against him. Got him out away twice. He's very, very deep in that box.
Good slider by Harvey to get the count even.
I mean, you could, if you wanted to agitate, you could tell the umpire, get him, you know, look where he's at. Get him up in the box. Get him in the box.
I mean, part of his foot is on part of the line, I guess. All of these Brewers hitters, other than Aaron Hill, they are seeing Harvey for the first time. Of course, the Brewers have spring training in Arizona, and so they never face him in March, and the first regular season start for Matt against the Brewers.
Wow.
That is deep. 1-2 coming. And he fouls off the fastball. 96 from Matt. That's his hardest pitch so far. His velocity was up those last 2 starts. For the season, he's a little over 94. But the last 2 starts, he was over 95 average fastball velocity in both against the White Sox and the Marlins.
I thought in the White Sox he threw harder in that start than he did in Miami.
He won 1-0 against the White Sox. He lost 1-0 against Jose Fernandez and the Marlins. Changeup misses, 2-2.
Well, Matt's always been a guy that hasn't gotten a lot of run support here over his career.
Well, think about it this way. 35 times in his 77 big league starts he's allowed either no runs or 1 run, and yet he only has 29 major league wins. So you're right. He's had a lot of games he's lost, giving up minimal runs.
He lost to Jose Fernandez 1-0 down in Miami, and it was a shame because he's 4-8. He could have gone to 5-7, just 2 from getting to 500. Now he's got a little work cut out for him to get back to that 500 level. He's got to put a string of starts together.
He's gone 3-2 to Braun with 2 out, and the breaking ball bounced foul.
He's got to be careful with that changeup. What kind of haircut is that? Jeez. A tapered look. tight? Is that what they call it? Okay. Just informed. I don't think I'd do that. That's a little bit too tight for me.
Bounces one foul. You know, you are our go-to guy for fashion and grooming. So, you know, what you say,
yeah,
it pretty much rules.
Look at you with your ties. Let me tell you, I don't think I haven't noticed.
Just trying to keep up with you, my friend. I can't wear the fur like you do, so.
That's right.
Or the duck hunting vest or any of that. Ninth pitch to Braun, and he struck him out with a high fastball. Strong first inning for Matt Harvey. He gets the Brewers 1-2-3 with a couple of punch outs. No score after one. We alluded to it earlier, so why not? It's time for Fashion Tips with Keith. And what I understand as we introduce this segment, Keith, is that you had a bit of a fashion malfunction today.
I left my collar stays in New York. I left them on the on my dresser, so I had to go find them. And the reason the collar stays, I mean, everybody knows this, particularly when it's hot and muggy, is that your collar will loop up like this, and we can't have that when we do our open.
Now, do you prefer the plastic or the metal?
Oh, you can't cheap out. You got to get the metals. Come on, spend a little.
James Loney takes blowing away.
All right, enough of that.
Loney 1 for 5 last night, making his 10th start for the Mets. Been doing a nice job filling in at first base since his acquisition. And he hits one toward the hole. VR gets over, though, does the spinorama and throws him out. VR has very nice range at short.
He does have a lot of range laterally. He showed it last night. And Loney continues to hit the ball solidly, Gare. He's hitting some tough luck in this series. Got one hit last night, but hit the ball hard 2-3 times. Nice play.
So 1 out and nobody on now is Drupal Cabrera. 2 hits last night, and so Cabrera, who had been struggling earlier on this road trip, looks like he's snapped back out of it.
Everybody played so well offensively the first 2 months of the season, Gary. It had to happen. Now, you haven't got 400 hitters anymore like Ted Williams. You know, these guys are, what, Cabrera's a lifetime, what, 260, 270 hitter?
Toward the middle of the diamond, and there's VR again. And he throws out Cabrera 2 down. Well, let me ask you this. When you get in a situation, and the Mets had this last year and they've had it again this year, where you lose substantial pieces of your lineup as you watch VR make that play, and you lose them in short order. You know, Darno and then Duda and Wright, they all go out of the lineup. Does it take a period of adjustment for the remaining guys before they kind of figure out how to pick up the slack?
Well, I think the veterans can handle it better, but you know what, the other element here, Gare, is playing in New York. The Mets took the first 2 games of the road trip beginning in Miami and lose to a guy that was 9-2, and the sky was falling like the Mets can't hit. Now it could have waited another day. Okay, now the doubleheader in Pittsburgh, they didn't hit. They scored what, 1 run in both games or whatever. Then you have a legitimate story right there. It was kind of jumping the gun, and you don't want to get caught in that, the media in the spotlight. That's the difference of playing in New York as opposed to anywhere else.
Flores lofts one out to Braun, and that retires the side. So Garrett gets the Mets 1-2-3 in the second. Still no score. All-Star Game ballot now at MLB.com on your computer, tablet, or smartphone. Vote up to 35 times. Vote today, vote tomorrow. Vote at MLB.com/vote. Jonathan Lucroy leads off the home second and takes a strike from Matt Harvey. Lucroy 0 for 4 last night. He's having a very good year.
He's having a good homestand. Oh, no, he's having a tough homestand. Only 1 hit thus far in this homestand. An All-Star in 2014.
Behind the bag, it's a foul ball. Well, this is a Brewers franchise that clearly is trying to rebuild, and you know there are several of those around the National League. Cincinnati, Atlanta, Philadelphia, they're all working toward the future. You probably put the Padres in that category now too. So a guy like Lucroy, who is an elite player and has a relatively club-friendly contract for this year and next year, is nonetheless apparently available. Swing and a miss. Good curveball by Harvey to strike out Lucroy. That's his 3rd strikeout in the first 4 batters.
Excellent. Little snappy Tom right there. Crisp slider. Go sit down.
So it makes you wonder with you know Travis d'Arnaud so often injured for the Mets, and with the issues that they have at first base as well with Duda out, is Lucroy a guy who might be on the Mets radar? And
who do they want?
Well, they'd want pitching. They'd want one of the Mets
No,
big
thank
pitchers.
you. No. Yet. 9.
That sounds like no to me. Brewers have actually played better than anticipated, but in that division with the 3 teams in front of them, it's unlikely that they're going to be part of any pennant race this year. Carter hits one in the air to deep right center, but it'll stay in the ballpark, and Granderson is back to get it for the second out. And that's what Carter does.
Yep.
He excites you by hitting balls that either go out or threaten to go out.
Babe Ruth was really the first power hitter in baseball. It was all a bunch of single hitters back then, and Ruth was the one that changed the game and brought excitement with the Sultan of SWAT.
Built his own house.
That's right.
Here's Kurt Neuenhuis, and he takes a strike. Neuenhuis has had a couple of good days in a row after a lengthy slump. 2 hits last night, 2 hits the day before after a 3 for 43 skid. He takes the curveball high from Harvey, 1-1.
No, that's Kirk. He's a streaky kind of guy. He can be pitched to. Hitting .225 coming into the game.
Hit one off the wall in right field against Cologne last night. And he takes a curveball for a strike, 1-2.
He's really a great athlete. He's big and strong. He can run. He's a gamer. Just never has been able to put together up the plate.
1-2 coming, and he strikes him out with a curveball. Harvey has 4 strikeouts in the first 2 innings, and he's off to a rollicking start. No score after 2. Stadium, where fans pose with legendary broadcaster Bob Uecker. Kelly Johnson, first pitch he sees is a Met in 2016. He hits one over Neuenhuis's head in center field. Johnson to second. He takes a turn, and he'll stop there with a leadoff double. Welcome back, Kelly Johnson. That didn't take long.
Well, mired in Atlanta, where he was hitting .215. And this is a rip right here on a fastball out over the plate, outside corner, really good pitch. Oh, that did not bounce over the yellow line. Could have got 3 out of that, but you never want to get thrown out leading off an inning.
So Johnson contributes immediately, and now Kevin Plawecki will try and get him in. Plawecki had a 2-run single in last night's game that stretched a 2-1 lead to 4-1.
At 121 at bats at Atlanta, there 7th double of the year.
Kelly has played with 8 different teams And that doesn't even account 3 tours of duty with the Braves and now 2 with the Mets. And Pilecki lines one to corner, and Johnson gets back as the ball is mishandled by VR coming across the bag. Looked like Kelly was going to get doubled off, but it took a long time for VR to get there, and then he couldn't make the grab.
Well, there's Carter again. Look how far in the hole he is, taking away that line drive to the opposite field. And I've said it before in many of the mini broadcasts that Ken Boyer told me, you're going to get hurt more in the hole. Ken Boyer, of course, was a Gold Glove third baseman for the St. Louis Cardinals and a New York Met later in his career. Nice base running by Johnson, not getting doubled up.
Well, it looked like he would have been had VR caught that ball.
But you're going to get burned more out in the hole than you are down the line, and I agree.
So now Harvey with a runner at second and 1 out. And he fouls back the fastball from Guerra. Harvey 2 for 16 at the plate this year, looking for his first run batted in.
Well, the word got out quick. Matt's not a bad hitter. That was a pretty good swing right there. But gets around the league quick. This is not a guy that's an easy out. So they're pitching him tough.
He had 333 in his rookie season, but his lifetime batting average now down to 127. And he chops one near the bag at second, and Johnson is out, and then they turn the double play. I don't know what Kelly was thinking. He didn't break for third. He didn't get back to the bag at second, and VR tags him and turns the double play.
Well, this is a complete,
just a brain cramp.
For lack of a better word, yes.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what he was thinking, but he's out, and it's a double play to end the inning.
Good call, Garrett.
Back with the Mets, a major brain cramp by Kelly Johnson.
Well, right here above the middle, you got to go to third base. That's the first thing. And I don't know what he was thinking here. And no one's more angry than him, but it's just a bonehead play right here.
Right, he should have gone to third, but at that point he just froze and.
Yep. The ball's up the middle. Anything hit to the left, you go to third.
So a scoreless game as we go to the bottom of the third. Aaron Hill takes up and away for ball 1. Meanwhile, Harvey's retired the first 6 with 4 strikeouts. Hill is the only guy in the Milwaukee lineup who's ever faced Matt before, and he's 3 for 9 against him. Played in Arizona the last couple of years. And he takes a strike. Hill's had a resurgent season last year with the Diamondbacks. Hit 6 home runs all season and batted .230. He's already got 6 home runs this year, and he's hitting .267. Fouls off the fastball 1-2. Meanwhile, the Pirates, whom the Mets just played and whom they'll see again coming up this week at Citi Field, their ace right-hander Garrett Cole left the game with the Cardinals today in the 3rd inning with an apparent injury. He's scheduled to pitch against the Mets next week. also Francisco Cervelli, the catcher, left that game with a hand injury. So
probably, I bet you that's a foul tip.
Keep an eye on that.
Pirates have some flaws. And watch that series. Their bullpen is a little bit shaky, and they're starting pitching.
They can hit though.
Oh boy, that was an impressive display.
Breaking ball, and he stopped the swing in time.
You know, in that series in Pittsburgh, Gary, it was the first start I saw Syndergaard where they turned on some fastballs. That was impressive.
Two to Hill. Changeup fouled off. Well, I mean, particularly Gregory Polanco. He just had a fabulous series, and you wonder when the Mets face the Pirates whether maybe they have to pitch a little more inside.
I don't think so. I mean, it doesn't happen in today's game. I mean, as far as maybe a brushback of something.
I'm not talking about hitting people.
Well, I'm not saying that. I'm saying about you can certainly move someone off the plate. It's wearing you out.
Well, the irony is, right, that Syndergaard, because of the Alcides Escobar pitch in the World Series and because of the Chase Utley pitch earlier this season, is now known as this intimidating figure. But he really doesn't throw inside regularly.
No.
8th pitch of the at bat coming to Hill, and the curveball just missed. Full count. Ramon Flores on deck, then the pitcher Guerra. Brewers looking for their first base runner. 3-2 from Harvey, and he misses high. A leadoff walk to Aaron Hill. Let's check in with Steve Gelbs. His report tonight is brought to you by Subway.
Gary, yesterday the Mets had 2 first-round draft picks. They drafted Justin Dunn out of BC with the 19th overall pick, and left-handed pitcher Anthony Kay with the 31st overall pick. Now, Kay, it's been well documented, went to the same high school as Steven Matz on Long Island, also played college ball at UConn. I spoke to both his high school coach and his college coach today, and both had the same exact thing to say about him. Got a great changeup, but what really sticks out to them about Kay is just how competitive of a guy he is. And UConn head coach Jim Penders had this little anecdote to tell. It happened earlier this year, game against UT San Antonio. There was a runner on third base, and Kay was pitching out of the windup, and this runner was really dancing off third base a lot. It was irritating Kay a little bit. So he steps off the mound, says to his third baseman in full view of the runner and the third base coach, if he jumps off the bag again, I'm picking him off. Sure enough, next pitch, jumps off the bag. Kay picks him right off. That's the type of guy that the Mets have gotten. Pender saying he's just a different cat.
Dunn and Kay, the first 2 picks, both college kids. As it turns out, in the first 2 days of the draft, the Mets have made 10 choices, and all 10 have been college picks. No high school. Flores takes a strike, and it's 1-2, and that's such a change in strategy for the Mets from the last few years. And you know, maybe it's circumstantial because the best player available in each case was a college kid, but the first 10, that's really a statement.
There was kind of it was trending towards high school kids of late.
Curveball popped up. Flores retreating. And one hands it for the first out.
Want to see Matt just stay within himself. He's had first 2 innings, 4 strikeouts. I know that he's a strikeout guy. He likes to strike people out. You got Syndergaard who's striking people out, and Matt, his last outing, strikeouts weren't there. Don't let the ego get in front. Just pitch and win a ball game. Don't try to overthrow. Stay within yourself.
Junior Guerra 1 for 12 in the big leagues, but remember, he was a catcher in the minor leagues, and he had a bunch of home runs in the minor leagues, so no guarantee he's going to be bunting here. He does have 3 sacrifices already this season. Takes a look down at Ed Cedar, his third base coach, to see if the bunt is still on.
I got to believe the bunt's there, because this is a potential game where it could be a one-run ball game.
And he lays down a nice bunt, and Loney will go to first with it. 3-4 on the sacrifice, and Hill goes to second, 2 out. By the way, speaking of pitchers bunting, remember last night we were confused about why Bartolo Colon was being asked to swing away in a first and third situation. And I asked Terry Collins about it today, and he was pretty direct. He said, well, Bart really can't bunt.
Yes, but he also added this. He had a verbal conversation with Bart before the at bat and said the bunt situations, if he gets on, you're bunting him over. And Cologne went up there and swung at the first pitch.
I think VR takes the strike. VR struck out his first time up. The irony of that, of course, is that later in the game, Bart was asked to bunt and got one down nicely. Off the pitcher's leg, it deflects to Cabrera. Trying to score is Hill. The throw to the plate by Cabrera. Not in time. Down to second base goes VR. And the Brewers have a 1-0 lead. A pinball base hit for VR. And Hill never stopped running coming around third and beat the throw home.
Well, this would have been a base hit if it does not hit Harvey's foot. Great recovery by Cabrera, trying to get a hand on it, and good aggressive third base coaching by Ed Cedar. Nice try by Cabrera.
He tried to barehand it, which probably allowed the run to score. Terry Collins is coming out to talk to the home plate umpire Larry Vanover. He's not yet asked for a challenge, and I think we will have a challenge. Not sure why Terry came out rather than just motioning. I think he might have been talking about what part of the play he wants to challenge.
Well, it's got to be the play at the plate.
Right.
Let's see.
I mean, it's not like the runner did anything illegal.
Oh, it's a
here.
terrible slide.
Well,
he's out. It's a terrible slide. Look at this.
The left foot looked like he missed the plate, and then he runs into the leg of Plawecki, but does the tag hit him before that right knee comes over the plate?
That is awful close. That is just a horrible slide. If that catcher's got the foot on home plate blocking it, you've got to kick that. Come in with your spikes. He's got the shin guard on. You got to come in with your spike and kick yourself into home plate. Really power yourself through his foot.
Well, he had plenty of room to slide. It looked like he missed the plate. He missed the front of the plate. And then if Plawecki gets him on the arm, then he's definitely out. But if he doesn't tag him until the midsection there, the side, then he might be safe.
That is just a bad slide. I mean, Plawecki, if you look at that replay, Plawecki's left foot is 3 inches, giving up 3 inches of the plate.
Right.
If he slides right in, he's safe.
He's got the whole back of the plate to slide
exactly.
No, this is a tough call here. Bill Miller's crew and Dale Scott's crew are in the bunker in Chelsea. I don't think he got him on the arm. I think he's still safe, Keith, because I think that right leg crossed the plate before the tag, unless he got him on the elbow.
Still,
maybe.
You got to watch the bent knee. The bent knee get there. The other leg.
It might not. That's a tough one.
It's a very. Is it enough to overturn?
Well, the call was safe on the field. Larry Vanover, the home plate umpire, made the call, and he is on the headset along with Alfonso Marquez.
By the way, that overhead was a beautiful angle. Look at that.
Now let's see.
See, if he slides straight into, he's safe. He's got the
now
corner
the
of the bag.
Okay, the tag hits his side, and he has not yet hit the plate.
He's out.
I think he might. I keep going back and forth on this, but that last shot, I think, indicates he's out. Now the question is there enough evidence to overturn it?
Well, let's not. Harvey's wisely taking some warm-up tosses.
Play under review brought to you by Mazda. Driving matters.
This drives me crazy. I'm just sorry. Come on, guys, make a custard decision down there in Chelsea.
They certainly are taking a lot of time, and you know we've seen 4 different angles, and it took us to the last one to really get a good feel for it.
Come on, either you go down to Medicine Tail Cooley or you don't.
And here comes the call, and the call is out, and the inning is over. So the call is overturned. Mets win their challenge, and Hill is out at the plate.
Just a terrible slide cost the Brewers a run.
So it's a base hit for VR, and then the play at the plate on Hill goes 6-2. just never got to the plate before Plawecki tagged him, and there's the visual evidence. Keeps it a scoreless game after 3. Well, this is not a replay. The umpires have gone back to the headsets because Craig Counsell, the Milwaukee manager, came out after the call was overturned and the out was called at the plate. And apparently he is saying that Kevin Plawecki might have violated the plate blocking rule. Now watch Plawecki before the ball arrives. First he had the front corner of the plate covered. Then his foot moved back into the middle of the plate. All he's required to do is give the runner part of the plate to slide at. And it looked like he gave him the whole plate to slide at, didn't he, Keith?
He gave him a lot. And certainly the most important thing, Gary, is the front corner, the left corner. He gave him the corner of that bag.
Well, right there, he's got the whole plate.
Yes. Not well. He's got enough to slide in. It's just a really poor slide here. And you know what? You can these new rules. I'm sorry.
Well, I don't know whether this is a challenge or whether Counsell got the umpires to go back to the headsets for a crew chief review. But I don't think they have any case to say that Plawecki blocked the plate illegally.
Actually, he was like a matador. He laid him.
So the Brewers are out on the field ready to start the top of the 4th inning. If for some reason this gets overturned, the teams would have to switch sides.
This is
the funny thing about it is this is a look we didn't have before. And watch this. It might be that he'll touch the plate. Now, I don't know if they can go back and challenge that again.
No, he didn't touch the plate.
You sure?
Positive. The overhead was pretty clear. This is all
here we go.
What are they going to say now?
And no indication as yet. And now they're going to have a conversation with Counsell, which I guess means that they're not going to overturn it again.
You know, you put enough. There's, well, boy. Right now, look at that. All those heads down there can form a rock pile.
So the umpires,
they're going to lose
the explanation from the replay officials, and they're going to confirm the overturn and not grant Counsell any solace.
Now, that is not a challenge for.
I don't know.
We got because that's a challenge. He's lost it.
We don't know whether they got the umpires to initiate a crew chief review to get further information about the same play, or whether it's a challenge for Counsell. The Mets used a challenge on the initial play, and they'll retain their challenge because they won it. And I would imagine because of this conversation here, they're telling Terry that it's not a challenge for Milwaukee. And that they'll retain their challenge as well.
How long has this been going on here? How much delay of a ball game have we had?
About 2 years. Okay, now we have it all straightened out. It's been 8 minutes since they first brought out the headset.
Wonderful.
Well, are we done?
Well, this
David Rackley is still hanging out at home plate with Larry Vanover. I guess just waiting for Guerra to complete his warm-up pitches. And now it's looks like we can start playing baseball again.
This is not only giving the umpires 9 million things to think about, it's giving us announcers 9 million things to think about. Jeez, let's play baseball.
So we start the 4th inning, second time around the batting order for Junior Guerra, and now Pilecki has to, break down and explain exactly what he did. It used to be simple. He got the ball, he made the tag. If you tagged him before he touched the plate, he was out.
He used to be able to block the plate too.
Granderson drew a walk leading off the game, and Curtis takes a slider off the plate, ball 1.
Well, I like the way this kid throws. He's a guy that's hung around the minor leagues forever, all over the place, and he's got a good arm.
And he sidetracked himself by failing a drug test. It was 8 years ago, and it's taken him this long to make it in the big leagues. 31-year-old rookie. Granderson hits it sharply off Jeanette and into right field. And I don't know if Jeanette tripped over the lip of the infield as he lunged for that ball. But that was rather awkward as Granderson hit it by him for a base hit.
Well, let's take a peek. This ball's ripped, by the way. He looks like well, that's tough to say. No, he just got caught up there. That was a rocket. The best he can do. That ball ate him up. Jeez.
So Granderson, who had a home run and a double last night, on base for the 2nd straight time tonight. Mets have their 2nd hit against Guerra, and now De Aza, who grounded into a double play his first time.
Well, Granderson started showing signs of coming to life. Guerra, and I felt coming into this series with this pitching staff of Milwaukee, which is challenged, that would be an opportunity for this club to get some momentum offensively. 13 hits last night.
Probably should have had more than 5 runs. They had Jimmy Nelson on the ropes for the entirety of his outing.
Left 10 men on base. The Mets haven't been hitting with runners in scoring position at all this season.
Well, if you're ever going to play hit and run, this would be the guy to do it with. Gauza taking a long look down at Tuffle before this pitch. Baseman Hill playing in on that last pitch. Now he backs up a step or 2.
But he was way in, and I don't understand. Was he thinking that a number 2 hitter is going to bunt? And we're talking about Aaron Hill at third base. He was way in, around 15 feet. Not this time.
He's coming in again as Guerra misses with a splitter, and it's 2-1.
He's 10 feet into the grass.
Yep.
And that is absurd. Well, early in the ball game.
We've seen De Aza try to bunt for hits, and we've seen him do it successfully, and maybe it's more about that than the potential sacrifice.
Play on the cut of the grass if there's a threat of a bunt.
Granderson at first and nobody out. 4th inning, no score. And De Aza lays off the fastball, and now it's 3-1.
Do you send Granderson here? I would. De Aza handles the bat real well. There's the big bomber in the on-deck circle, Cespedes, wearing the canary yellow. Nope.
De Aza skies one to shallow left. And Braun in to get it. 1 out. Come out to Citi Field for Father's Day, June 19th. The Mets take on the Braves at 1:10. All fathers and kids 12 and under will receive a Mets cap Presented by Nathan's Famous, and after the game, all kids 12 and under can run the bases in the Mr. Med Dash, courtesy of Northwell Health. For tickets, visit Mets.com/Family Sundays. Cespedes, who grounded to short his first time up. Granderson at first and 1 out. Fastball strike to Cespedes. Guerra has been good at holding runners this year. Only 1 stolen base against him in his first 7 starts. He began the year in the minor leagues. Made his first start on the 3rd of May.
Threw it by him. 95. This doesn't happen too often. Boy, he takes a rip. Like, reminds me of not being contemporary here, but reminded me of '68 Detroit Tigers. Willie Horton. Jeez.
I always think of Gary Sheffield, just unloading.
Dave Winfield was the same way. He took a big rip. Coming back inside.
And Cespedes down on strikes. Some good power pitching from Junior Guerra for his first strikeout of the night.
That was textbook right there. Look at that fastball with 2 strikes. Look at him break down his arm there. His arms. He got beat inside. That's well done right there in that sequence of pitches to Cespedes. Dispatches them quickly.
So 2 out. Granderson still at first, and now James Loney. By the way, the official score has just confirmed that the second challenge, the Craig Counsell asking the umpires to look at it, is not officially a challenge. It was a crew chief review, so the Brewers retain their challenge, as do the Mets. And Loney takes a splitter off the plate for ball 1.
Loney's another big guy, 6'3". Another modern day baseball player towering over me. Getting a stiff neck. I look up all the time.
Well, when Loney first came up with the Dodgers, they thought he was going to be a guy who would hit home runs. And his first real taste in the big leagues, he had a 96-game season where he hit 15, and they figured, okay, he's going to be a 25 home run guy. That turned out to be the most home runs he ever hit in a major league season.
But he was productive with the Dodgers for around 3 years. He drove in 80+ runs, 90 a couple times.
And even last year in Tampa, he had 280. Well, they let him go this spring. Padres picked him up, sent him to the minors. There's that nasty splitter, 2-1.
Pretty gutsy pitch there. 2-0 fastball count. There's the split finger. You can see this, how he's gripped the ball. Middle finger and index finger slightly apart, not as wide apart as the forkball. That's the big difference.
Brewers wearing their throwback uniforms tonight. These are the Brewer uniforms you faced in the World Series.
Absolutely. We just ran into one of that Brew crew in '82 yesterday after the game. Robin Yount was in the ballpark when we saw him on the way out. Gary, you and I.
Hall of Famer.
Hall of Famer in that '82 World Series. He had 414, Robin Yount. 12 for 29, 6 runs, 3 doubles, a home run, and 6 RBIs.
It's the only World Series the Brewers have ever played in back in their American League days. Guerra behind 3-1 on Loney. And he walked him, and the Mets have 2 men on with Cabrera coming up. Second walk given up by Guerra. Robin Yount, 2-time MVP. Only 2 other Brewers have won the MVP. Raleigh Fingers in the strike shortened year of '81.
And they did not have Raleigh Fingers in that '82 World Series. That was critical for us. And Fingers was just phenomenal pitcher, Hall of Fame pitcher, of course. He was out that year. He had I think elbow issues. Missed the entire series in '82.
It's interesting here in Milwaukee. They've got 2 players' numbers retired for players who didn't spend very long with Milwaukee.
Yeah.
Raleigh Fingers and Hank Aaron. Hank, of course, was a Milwaukee Brave, but was only a Brewer right at the end of his career for a year or so. Strike 1 to Cabrera. Here's our Verizon trivia question for tonight. Who are the only 2 Brewers to win the Cy Young Award?
I know one.
Yep. You faced him in that World Series.
Yes. I was glad Harvey Keene, who was the manager of the Brewers, took him out in Game 7. In the 7th inning, I believe it was.
Cabrera whacks one foul, and it's 0-2.
So we got to think in terms of the second one.
Wilmer Flores would be next. Granderson at second, Loney at first, and 2 out. And Cabrera fouls it back off the hands.
Boy, Larry Vanover is slow getting down in the squat position behind the catcher. At least on that pitch. I'll keep an eye on him. You can too at home, folks. You got the camera right behind the center field screen. You're getting the same shot I'm getting. Come on, Larry, get down. He gets down late.
Popped up. VR calls as he goes. And that retires the side. That's going to lead off hit from Granderson, but they strand 2. Man with the best mustache in baseball, Raleigh Fingers,
yes,
pitching as a Brewer. Gets George Brett. Still no score here. Home 4th inning. Scooter Gennett leads off against Matt Harvey. Gennett hit a comebacker his first time up. Brewers had a run, then they had it taken off the board in the 3rd. As the call at the plate was overturned. And so Harvey, over these last 3 starts now, has worked 17 innings and allowed 1 run. What a turnaround.
Well, he's pouring strikes in. He's breaking stuff back. The crispness on the break is back.
Get the call there. Ball and a strike. Ryan Braun on deck. Jonathan Lucroy behind him as the Brewers bat in the fourth. Jeanette fouls off the changeup. 1-2.
Get that changeup down. They get hurt with the changeup upstairs, belting up. Here's the last pitch. The motion very compact. Big stride home.
1-2 to Jeanette. Pulls one foul.
Nice play. Way to get in front of it.
Oh, not there.
That's why he's a spectator.
All he can do is laugh at himself.
Nice play.
One-two coming. Manages to foul away that fastball.
You can get Jeanette up and in. He's a low ball hitter.
Slapped down to third. Flores with the long throw, and Loney with a nice footwork. 1 out. Sunday on Jets Nation, here from a slimmed down Sheldon Richardson. Find out how he plans to take his game to a new level this season on Jets Nation, Sunday at 7, only on SNY.
Well, the throw's into the runner, and as a first baseman, when you are looking towards the third baseman, you can see out of the corner of your eye where the runner is down the line. I never like to make that crossover play in foul territory. The only time I did it, Gary, was number one. Howard Johnson was at third with that scatter gun he had, and if the runner was out by a mile, then you can do it, because you really risk on a close play doing that, getting a collision and getting hurt.
Right. So what's your option?
You come parallel to the first base line and you stretch down the line towards home plate.
Which seems like a harder play.
If you can reach it, it's plain catch.
But you're cutting down the distance of the throw.
Yeah, of course, yes, right, absolutely. I better catch it. It's the big leagues, right?
Well, not everybody does. You did. Fouls off the fastball, and it's 1-2.
Braun's got a real funky follow through. He keeps both hands on the bat, and he doesn't do a complete follow through with his swing. Remember, Piazza would swing and he'd wrap the bat around and hit his shoulder blades.
Carlos Beltran did that.
Yes, Braun is almost like Utley, but not the same kind of swing. But Utley doesn't follow through, similar to Braun.
1-2 to Braun, and the slider just off the plate. Did he swing? He did not.
I tell you what, that's a strike. He had him. It was off the plate. It was a ball, but if he threw it from the corner, Braun is completely full. Look at the butt flying out. He had no chance.
I think he swung too, didn't he?
I always side with the hitter a little bit there.
I know. Looks this one to right field. Granderson toward the line. There are 2 out.
Let's take a look at Braun's swing here. Watch the follow through. He's got a nice swing, but he doesn't completely. It's how he stops. You would think he'd lose some power. So I like this angle better. But he's a home run hitter. He's a very strong man. So he's got 9 home runs this year. He's a 20-plus guy.
All-time Brewers home run leader with 264.
He's got over 1,500 hits. I think he's the 5th Brewer to have that many hits.
Robin Yount had over 3,000 as a Brewer.
Molitor, Gantner,
Cecil Cooper.
Cooper. I was surprised Gantner was in there.
He was here a long time.
No, Gantner was a very underrated player. Second baseman for that.
Well, he was overshadowed by Yount and Molitor.
Oh, well,
superstars.
And Cooper. And that was a big offensive ball club, that 80s Brewer team.
That's why they called them Harvey's Wallbangers.
That's right. Gorman Thomas hit 39 home runs in '82.
Lucroy struck out his first time up, and he takes just off the plate 2-1.
Matt's getting a nice groove going here. I like this inning thus far. And you know what? Not a strikeout. I like his location. I like his rhythm.
Matt struck out 4 in the first 2 innings. Hasn't had one since. Two and one to Lucroy. And he lines one to right, but Granderson is there. And that retires the side. 1-2-3 inning in the 4th for Matt Harvey. And that keeps this a scoreless game as we go to the 5th. Innings under his belt tonight.
He's got to be feeling good. It's good. Much more communicative. Say it, Gareth, for me.
Communicative.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, the last 18 innings Matt's pitched, he's given up a total of 1 run. Won't make anybody happy. Wilmer Flores leads off the 5th and takes a breaking ball strike from Junior Guerra. Guerra's given up leadoff hits in each of the last 2 innings, but some shoddy base running by Kelly Johnson helped him out in the 3rd, and he got Cabrera with 2 men out in the 4th. Flores has had himself quite a week since taking over the 3rd base job with David Wright going on the DL. 10 hits now and 22 at bats. You see Guerra's numbers for the year in his 7 starts since being called up in early May. That's hit up the middle, and Flores has another hit. Boy, it's a different Wilmer Flores we've watched this last week. So much more aggressive.
Well, swinging the bat with authority. Wilmer tends to feel for the ball, particularly Gary with 2 strikes. And you can't touch the ball. You got to knock it for a loop. Take a rip.
So the Mets have a leadoff hit for the 3rd straight inning. Kelly Johnson swung at the first pitch he saw as a Met in 2016. Hit a double over the head of Neuenhuis in center, but then had a base running lapse, and that created a double play that ended that 3rd. And he pops this one up in foul ground, and toward the stands. It'll go out of play. Kelly had not been swinging the bat well the last couple of weeks in Atlanta. Just 4 hits in his last 26 at bats. But he was so hugely important for the Mets last year after they picked him up in late July.
Well, this has got to be a breath of fresh air for him getting out of Atlanta and that last place team.
Swings at the high breaking ball, and it's 0-2. Well, of course, Kelly makes his home in Atlanta, so it's a little strange.
It's no fun coming to the ballpark, though, when you're 17 and 42 here.
So he was happy to come back to the Mets, a place he was very comfortable last year, and he certainly contributed. And he strikes out in the splitter. Second strikeout for Guerra, and that's the first out of the inning.
Well, the Braves aren't even playing 300 ball, Guerra. They're like 288 ball. Really, that's terrible.
Yes, but this is baseball, and so the fact that they're playing the Cubs tonight, in other sports you would say there was no chance for them to win. But in baseball, the Braves lead the Cubs tonight 3-1 in the 7th.
Well, the Cubs aren't going to have their way the entire season. They're going to have their doldrums. They'll hit a skid.
Let me know when that happens.
They haven't so far. They've been terrific.
It was Plawecki who lined out to first his first time up, and he lays off ball 1.
Well, look at the grip here of the split finger to strike out. And you see how the ball tumbles, but it's tumbling at a rate of revolution that, as a hitter, I can tell you from my own personal experience, you can't see the seam, so it comes at you looking like a fastball. You can't read the pitch, and then it drops out. That's what makes that pitch so devastating.
Plawecki lines one to left field. Braun coming in to slide, and he did not make the catch. Pulling in at second is Flores. Braun went into a slide, looked like he had it lined up, but it missed his glove, and it winds up on the ground.
I think it's short hop. He short hopped it, Gare. Didn't get there in time. No, he clanked it. Good call. He was there.
Yeah, he had it all lined up. He just had the glove in the wrong spot.
Hit off the thumb.
We'll wait to see how they score that.
That's a base hit. You can't give an error on that. That's a tough chance.
And it will be a base hit for Plawecki. So Terry Collins put Plawecki in the lineup tonight, even though Rivera had caught Harvey's last 2 starts and Matt had success. He wanted Plawecki's offense, and Kevin comes through with another hit.
Well, the hits have been hard to come by for Plawecki, and it's good to see him. He likes that ball down, Gare. Let's see if they bunt Harvey here. The Brewers think so, and I agree.
Well, Matt hit into an unusual double play last time up.
Really?
Johnson got tagged going back into second, and Matt tried to bunt, and that's a foul ball.
VR at shortstop is just almost in the pants of Flores. He's that close to him. Really holding Wilmer tight.
Did anybody know Jonathan VR was this good a player?
I certainly did. And he's a nice player, is right.
I mean, he never was this complete a player in Houston.
Look how, I mean, look how tight he is. I just don't like giving up that much of the infield gear on a butcher board.
Well, that's the danger. Guerra is going to field the bunt. He'll go to first with it. Nice bunt by Harvey. Didn't enough. They had no play on Flores, even though he was being held so close.
Beautiful bunt.
So it's 1-4 on the sacrifice, moving runners to second and third.
The beauty of this bunt is not the location. Look how squat down he is, how level the bat is out in front, is that he deadened it. It was like a Phil Mickelson L wedge. A little nice touch around the green.
Right out of the sand. Pulled up just short of the pin. So now Flores at third, Plawecki at second with 2 on. Curtis Granderson will try and break this scoreless tie. Granderson's been on base twice already tonight with a walk and a single. Curtis trying to produce with runners in scoring position. It's been so difficult for him. Hitting .091 with runners in scoring position this season. 3 for 33.
Even more telling, Gary, is with 2 outs, 1 for 16, 0.63. It's been a struggle.
Lays off 2-0. We got Diaza waiting on deck, so you wonder whether Guerra is going to challenge Granderson in this spot with first base open.
Well, if you recall with Loney, when he walked Loney, he threw a 2-0 splitter to Loney. So I would be inclined to think he's going to drop a little split job on him.
Yep. And he does. And now it's 3-0. You got to watch out with Granderson. He will swing 3-0.
They're going to put him on.
Yep. So they'll give him intentional ball 4 to load up the bases and bring De Aza to the plate.
You know what? The philosophy behind that is, even though Granderson's struggling, you're going to make Granderson swing at a pitch out of the strike zone, which he didn't. You've got a guy playing every day. No matter how much he's struggling, he's still a threat. He's got numbers behind him, and you got a guy that's not an everyday player in De Aza. So you're going to take your chances with the open base on the guy that's not the regular.
And De Aza's had his own troubles with RBI situations. He's just 1 for 12 this year with runners in scoring position. Long conference at the mound. Lucroy and Garrett talking things over before they work to De Aza. PR wants the information about the sign. De Aza has grounded into a double play and flying to left, so he's up in a big spot here. Bases loaded, 2 out, trying to get the Mets on the board. Flores, Plawecki, and Granderson the base runners.
Straight up in the outfield. Slight pull on the left side of the infield with VR up the middle.
And De Aza goes after that first pitch splitter, 0-1.
No, they couldn't get it over to Granderson, and throws a nasty one to lead off the at bat against De Aza. Which tells me that he wanted nothing to do with the open base with Granderson.
Lucroy setting up inside. And De Aza grounds one to the right side for Jeanette. And he makes the play to retire the side. Mets leave him loaded in the top of the 5th. Halfway through in Milwaukee, still no score. On the mound. Coverage begins Tuesday night at 6 o'clock right here on SNY. Chris Carter leads off the home 5th inning in a scoreless game and checks his swing and takes inside. Carter flying one to the warning track in right field his first time up. And Harvey 4 scoreless innings tonight, only 1 hit. He's walked 1, struck out 4. And he throws a slider You got a swing and miss from Carter.
You can see the big shift on Carter with Loney way out in the hole, which I love.
3 infielders on the left side. Carter struck out 79 times this year, and Harvey ahead in the count 1-2. Of course, Carter, the flip side is he hits home runs.
Yep. He's got a slider speed bat here.
Arenado just hit his 19th for the Rockies to lead the league, but Carter's right there in the top 5. Did I say that right? Nolan Arenado made it very clear that it's not Arenado,
right?
It's Arenado.
And that's the proper Spanish pronunciation. A-R is R.
In the air, deep left field, but it's going to hook.
I told
go
you,
foul.
He's got that slider speed bat. You're doing him a favor. If you've got any giddy up on your fastball, you will pound this guy's paddle.
Kirk Neuenhuis on deck, then Aaron Hill against Harvey in the 5th. 2-2 to Carter. And he foul tips it, held by Plawecki, strike 3.
Excellent. That's the best changeup he's thrown.
5 strikeouts for Matt.
That's just good sinking change. Tough pitch to hit. Good location.
So 1 out now. Neuenhuis has struck out his first time up. All breaking stuff from Harvey the first at bat to Kirk. He comes inside with a fastball this time.
Watch there's the grip, the circle change. Now watch the movement of this ball. He threw it off to the side, so it's going to sink. And it acts like a slow sinker to a right-hand hitter. And gets under the bat. Very difficult pitch to hit.
Now things are right for Matt Harvey because he's not giving up any runs and he's not getting any support. This is vintage Matt Harvey.
Yes.
That's this season, but really it's been over the course of his career.
Well, you know what's good about that? I mean, it's not you want Matt to get 8 runs a game. But you know what it shows me? Nice changeup right there. He likes his changeup this inning. This is the 3rd time through the order.
2nd.
You're right. 2nd. Sorry. It shows that he can pitch tight games.
Certainly has done plenty of that.
I mean, that's, you know, those 60 Mets, those miracle Mets, Kuzman, Seaver, Gentry, they pitch in tight games all the time. And this is like, you know, in a joust, and it's just like getting your battle hardened when you pitch games like this all the time.
Well, those last 2 starts have been 1-0 games, a win and a loss. 2-2 coming. Inside to Neuenhuis. In fact, the Elias Sports Bureau looked back. The last Mets pitcher to have consecutive starts that ended up 1-0. You got to go back to 1997. Dave Malicki. The last Mets started out back-to-back starts to finish 1-0. Neuenhuis clocks one down the line toward the pole, and it's off the fence in play. Neuenhuis turning second. He's going to try for 3. Johnson's relay throw is not in time. A 1-out triple for Kirk Neuenhuis.
Boy, it took a long time for Granderson to get at this ball. We're kind of in that corner we can't see from the booth. Right down the middle, one of the few mistakes he's made. I thought this ball was out of here. Just fair. And we know that Neuenhuis can gallop. And Harvey didn't back up 3rd. And Diaz came back from left field to back up. There's the fastball. Wanted to get it in. It bled out over the plate.
First triple of the year for Neuenhuis. And the Mets are appealing at first, saying that he missed first base, and they get no satisfaction.
Well, we're going to find out.
Maybe he kicked it, maybe he didn't. 4th triple of Neuenhuis' career. Mets bring the infield in to face Aaron Hill, who walked his first time up. And a good slider to start him off. 0-1.
Well, this is a strikeout situation needed here by Matt.
It's that harder slider or cutter that Matt's been throwing recently.
This is when you got to reach back and dial it up a little bit in these situations right here.
Infield in all the way around. And Hill lays off the curveball. 1-1. As you mentioned earlier, Hill's the only guy in the lineup who has experience facing Matt. Got the number 8 hitter Ramon Flores waiting on deck, a left-hand hitter.
You kind of aimed that one a little bit.
So nothing but breaking stuff here. A slider and 2 curveballs. And it's 2-1 to Hill. Off the slider, and now it's 3-1. Well, I don't think Matt would be heartbroken if he walked him. It would set up a double play possibility. But it would also bring a left-hand hitter to the plate.
A 226 hitter
who has a little bit of speed. 3-1 to Hill. And he got him chasing the slider that time, and it's 3-2.
Good one right there. Ball 4, but tough one to lay off. It just, to me, if you're hitting 3-1, why are you swinging at a pitcher's pitch? It's ball 4 too. It's just not good plate discipline, Gary.
We're talking about a veteran player, Aaron Hill, who's had himself a nice career.
Fastball away.
3-2 coming. And he fouls it away. 96 from Matt. That's as hard as he's thrown all night. Harvey in a spot where he needs a strikeout. He's got 5 tonight.
Fastball away.
3-2. Too high, ball 4. Now runners at the corner, so his second walk of the night goes to Hill, who drew the first one as well. Now the infield can drop back to double play depth with Flores coming up. Dan Warthen's going to pay a visit before he does.
I don't know what kind of bunter Flores is, but there's a potential for a squeeze here. So we'll see how Flores plays it defensively.
Remember, Ramon Flores hit his first major league home run against the Mets in New York, hit it off Jacob deGrom, a 2-run shot.
Okay, there's their 30 seconds are up.
Which Larry Vanover is about to tell Dan Warthen.
I'm glad the umpires aren't really enforcing the 30 seconds. I think it's silly.
Well, especially after we have an 8-minute delay for replays, the 30 seconds for the pitching coach seems kind of trivial.
I think that the pitching coach should have, I've said it before, I'm repeating myself, but once he gets onto the dirt on the mound, he can give him 30 seconds to talk to his pitcher if he wants.
So now Johnson and Cabrera drop back to double play depth, and Flores playing behind the bag at third.
Well, Wilmer's can't take for granted. You can't let Neuenhuis come down the line here.
First and third, 1 out. And Flores flies one out to left. Measuring it is De Aza. Tagging is Neuenhuis. Double clutch by De Aza, and the throw is too late. And down to second base goes Hill. And the Brewers break the ice. It's 1-0 Milwaukee. De Aza could not get the ball out of his glove, and that cost him any chance for a play and allowed the other runner to go to second.
Well, he got all of his momentum going forward, and he just couldn't get the exchange out. It's not going to matter. Neuenhuis runs too well.
So the Brewers take the lead on the Ramon Flores sacrifice fly after Neuenhuis's leadoff triple. Hill's now at second with 2 down, and the pitcher Guerra up. Guerra sacrificed his first time. Fouls back the fastball.
And there's a play right there, Gary, where it's a tie, 0-0 game. If you're the runner Hill at first base, even if the throw is going to hit the cutoff man, you want to draw the cutoff if it's going to be close at home. If you feel it's going to be close in a close game like this, you go to second.
Harvey ahead on Guerra 0-2. So here's Matt involved in yet another 1-0 game. And hoping it doesn't end that way. And Garrett goes down on the breaking ball, chased after by Plawecki, and he makes the toss in time to end the inning. 6 strikeouts for Harvey. But the Brewers grab the lead after the new and ice triple. 1-0 Milwaukee after 5. Area City probables for the remainder of this series. Logan Verrett gets the spot start tomorrow afternoon against Willie Peralta, and then Steven Matz on Sunday against Zach Davies. Let's answer the Verizon trivia question. The 2 Brewers to win the Cy Young. Pete Vukovich was one.
Correct. And Raleigh
was the other.
Yep.
He was the Cy Young and the MVP in 1981. Yoenis Cespedes leads off in the 6th inning with the Mets down 1-0. Cespedes is grounded to short and struck out against Junior Guerra, who beat him with fastballs last time up. Starts him off with a breaking ball this time.
He pitched him textbook the last at bat.
Mets have had chances each of the last 2 innings, unable to cash in, and now find themselves behind. And Cespedes fouls off the fastball, 1-1. I mentioned earlier that the Pirate pitcher Garrett Cole came out in the 3rd inning against the Cardinals. They're calling it triceps tightness.
Oh, he's not going to start. He's going to miss a start, I bet you.
He was scheduled to start against the Mets during the series coming up in New York.
I wonder if Ronnie ever got tricep tightness.
If he did, he never told anybody. Also tonight, Andrew Cashner of the Padres came out after 6 pitches with what they're calling upper back and neck tightness. So there's a lot of tightness going around in the National League tonight. Cespedes drives one deep left center field, headed toward the wall. It's out of here. Yoenis Cespedes crushes one to tie the game. Number 16 for Cespedes. Well, we wondered whether those hits to right field the last 2 nights would pay off in big hitting for Cespedes. There's your big hit.
He's come out of it, and he knew it too. He sat and watched that one. That one was crushed. Hanging slider, Gary. You can't lead that slider out over the plate.
It was a Bartolo length home run trot. That had been a while coming for Cespedes. His 16th gets the Mets even like lightning.
Don't throw the slider and leave it out over the plate where he can get his hands on it. Oh, a splitter, excuse me. Well, don't leave anything breaking out over the plate.
But they weren't expecting their dinner to be disrupted like that in that environment of the ballpark.
There's a splitter. Okay, so I stand corrected, and it just kind of tumbled. It broke a little bit, but too much in the middle to too strong a hitter.
There's a better one to Loney, and it's 1-2. And as they often do, the Brewers flip their infielders with 2 strikes. Send Hill over to the right side and VR back to the left side. Still don't get it. 1-2 coming. Buried that splitter. 2-2.
No, there's a side view. Look at the balance and how he extends his arms to reach for that ball. He loves the ball down.
Did anybody time that home run trot?
No, but I'm sure someone got the exit velocity. Bye-bye. That's a bomb.
Well, that's 440 feet at least.
That guy is a player. You can play on my team.
Two to Loney, and he pulls one foul, and the ball boy does a nice job knocking it down.
Kid's on the ball down there in that right field line.
And he made one good grab. Oh, did we see whether the person he gave the ball to? Oh, she held it. That's better than the guy before.
Dropped it.
Dropped it after he tossed him the ball. More of a direct handoff this time. 7th pitch of the at bat to Loney. And the breaking ball hit out to left field, brought over toward the line, and he gets there to make the catch. Good play by Braun. He had a lot of ground to cover for the first out. So 1 out in the 6th, and now is Drupal Cabrera, who's grounded to short and popped to short 0 for 2. The Mets 1 run 5 hits, the Brewers 1 run 2 hits. Guerra unable to provide the shutdown inning after his team gave him the lead. In fact, took him just 3 pitches for Cespedes to tie the game. Guerra bluffs a bunt and takes a strike.
How many times have you seen in a pitcher's duel where it's late in the ball game, latter stages, where one team breaks the ice, the other team comes right back?
Well, it means that Matt Harvey won't be involved in his 3rd straight 1-0 game. Ball and a strike to Cabrera. Mets, when Kelly Johnson was activated today, sent Ty Kelly down and kept Matt Reynolds here. That's drilled to center field, but Neuenhuis coming over and reaches down as that ball knuckled on him, and he makes the grab.
Well, tough chance for Neuenhuis here because the ball did knuckle, but he made the play.
So 2 out and nobody on after the Cespedes home run, and here's Wilmer Flores, who had a base hit his last time up, 1 for 2, and that hits the bat. It's a foul ball. I was going to say the reason the Mets decided to send Ty Kelly down and keep Matt Reynolds here is because they don't want to move Flores over to play short, and when Cabrera needs a day off, Reynolds will be the backup shortstop. That's grounded to VR. And his throw gets Flores to end the inning. So Garrett gets the next 3 after Cespedes gets the Mets even. Yoenis puts one into orbit for his 16th of the year. 1-1 going to the bottom of the 6th at Miller Park. Waiting for somebody to hit a home run for his team so he can go down his slide.
Are you flirting?
Oh, he's Bernie Brewer. Jonathan VR trying to bunt his way on, misses on the bunt attempt. VR had the base hit off the foot of Harvey, on which Aaron Hill apparently scored in the 3rd, but call was overturned after the Mets challenge, took a run off the board.
There's a cheesehead.
You know, there are so many things that make Milwaukee. There's the beer because, well, it's the Brewers and it's a big beer town. There's the cheese. And then, of course, there's the sausage.
There's a big, I believe, a German contingent up here.
It's a Germanic town.
I know, yes. And I know that St. Louis was that way. As a large
Cincinnati,
German,
I mean, all those
large German population in St. Louis as well as in southern Illinois. So it's interesting how this country of different peoples migrated to certain areas.
Scooter Gennett on deck, then Ryan Braun against Harvey in the 6th. And VR chasing the changeup. 7 strikeouts for Matt Harvey. One down in the home 6th. Let's check in with Steve Gelb. Steve.
Gary, clearly over these last 3 starts, a lot has changed for Matt Harvey. One of the tangible things to watch for, though, is that he's actually starting to throw his 2-seam fastball a little bit more. He was never a guy that really threw the 2-seamer, but before that start against the White Sox, where things started to turn the corner, he was tinkering a little bit with his grip. Changed his grip, and all of a sudden that 2-seamer went from a pitch that started to run in to one that really started to get some nice sink. It's been effective for him, and it just goes to show you, even at the major league level, guys are always tinkering, trying to figure out what will work, how to improve themselves, and you never quite know when that moment's going to happen, but it's happened for Harvey here with that pitch.
Well, his changeup has been magnificent tonight.
Well, he's throwing really I think this is his best start of the 3 now. He's in his 3rd since he's turned it around. He's in the process of turning it around. This is a very impressive outing right here. He's got, sorry, Gary.
Gennett skies one down the line. Flores is tracking it, but that'll go out of play.
He's got to be careful with that overhand curveball. He's throwing a little lazy curve. If he's going to throw that curveball, he's got to get on top of it and snap it. Pull that shade.
92 pitches now for Matt. No action as yet in the Mets bullpen. He worked 7 innings each of his last 2 starts. Working in the 6th tonight. Sells one high to Jeanette, 2-2. Final in Washington, the Nats beat the Phillies 9-6. It started the day 2.5 behind the Nats. 2-2 to Jeanette. Struck him out. Slider got him. 8th strikeout for Harvey, including the last 3 batters.
Well, this is the old Matt Harvey we've come to know and love. This is by far his best performance of the year. He's still got some work to do. See how far Terry takes him with 94 pitches.
Yeah, that's going to be dicey to see if he gets the 7th.
Give him the 7th.
First, got to get through Braun, who's 0 for 2 tonight.
He's the 3rd hitter in the order next inning. Top of the order.
Braun is struck out and flied out, and he takes the pitch high.
I should say top of the inning.
I'd be a little surprised if he went beyond this inning.
I always side with my pitchers. My starting pitchers want to give them a chance to get a win.
I mean, the other night he allowed Syndergaard to take them out for the 6th at 94 pitches, and he threw an 8-pitch 6th and got through 6 innings.
I always feel the starting pitchers out there throwing a game like this, I just want to give them a chance to get a W.
Well, then it would behoove them to score in the 7th. Gone. It's a broken bat liner to short, and that retires the side. 1-2-3 inning for Matt Harvey in the bottom of the 6th. Fine outing for Harvey. 1-1. We go to the 7th. By People's United Bank, Matt Harvey, magnificent 6 innings tonight. Junior Gary gave up just the Cespedes home run, and it appears Harvey is done after 6 innings and 97 pitches. Gets the handshakes.
Well.
And Kelly Johnson leads off in the 7th. Well, that's 3 straight terrific starts for Matt. 20 innings, 2 runs allowed in the 3 starts combined. And just in general for this franchise that enables everybody to take a little bit of an exhale. And maybe this is on the list of things you don't have to worry about.
Now you're back to 5 starters deep. And I'll take that going into any season. I don't care what kind of offense you have.
And you got a 6th on the way. Zach Wheeler will be here after the All-Star break. Hansel Robles looks like he's going to get a chance in a close game. Johnson swinging 3-0, hits it deep to center. Neuenhuis back at the track, back at the wall, leaping, and he made the catch. Kurt Neuenhuis going to the top of the fence, perhaps robbing Kelly Johnson of a home run.
He did, Gary. This ball's a homer.
He's watching the replay now. Yep,
it's a home run.
He was going to go over the yellow line.
That's a heck of a play. That's what happens when you're 6'4" and you can jump. That might have been off the top of the wall and bounced over.
Either way, great play by Neuenhuis. Johnson swinging 3-0 and nearly had himself a go-ahead home run in his first game back with the Mets. So he takes a slider up and in.
Just a fabulous play here. It's all about the ball had plenty of air time. It's allowed Neuenhuis to get back to the wall, and he did rob him of a home run.
Milwaukee carves one foul. Carter coming over near the railing and makes the catch. Nice play, Chris Carter. 2 out.
And they got the padding there for a reason. Remember an old Shea. There was nothing there to protect you.
Well, there was never any railing in front of the dugout. Michael Conforto has been announced the pinch hitter, and Craig Counsell is on his way out, and he's going to bring in the lefty to face Conforto.
Oh my!
So Guerra, after getting the first 2 outs here in the 7th, is coming out, and Will Smith is coming in.
Wow. This game is all backwards.
Fine outing for Junior Guerra as he matched Matt Harvey pitch for pitch. He exits after 6 2/3 and 83 pitches. Wow. 1-1 in the 7th. Called to the bullpen, brought to you by Verizon.
No comprende.
Tonight, both starters are out of the game. Matt Harvey and Junior Guerra both on the sidelines now. Michael Conforto batting against the lefty Will Smith, and it comes inside for ball 1.
Well, Smith just coming 4 innings pitched. He's been their big stalwart from the left side, the starboard side. And only 4 innings pitched, just recently off the DL.
Coming back from a knee injury. He got 2 outs last night. Conforto getting the night off tonight. First game he has sat against a right-hander this year. He went 0 for 4 last night. And he takes a slider for a strike, and it's 1-1.
No, I tell you what, Gary, both starters, that's really going to improve their fit.
They're fielding independent pitching. More so Harvey, because he struck out 8. Guerra only struck out 2, so you don't get points for allowing balls to be hit in play if you're judging FIP. Here's the 1-1, and it's hit in the air foul. 1-2. Fielding independent pitching takes in walks, strikeouts, and home runs, and that's it.
Good.
Nothing else matters.
You got a shredder anywhere?
Guerra went 6 2/3, allowed a run on 5 hits, walked 3, 1 intentional, struck out 2, allowed a home run. And Conforto takes the high breaking ball, 2-2. I should ask Eddie in the truck, when they judge FIP, do they count intentional walks, or do they discount them? Eddie is checking in the truck. That's Eddie Says, if you can follow him. 2-2 coming. Grounded down to first. Easy play for Carter. So Smith gets his man. Conforto grounds out to end the inning. And that takes us to the 7th inning stretch. Mets and Brewers tied at 1. That's Barrel Man, not related to the sausages. Check out the new episode of the Jets Blog podcast as Newsday's Kimberly Martin joins the show to talk about this week's OTAs and what life is like on the Jets beat, only on the jetsblog.com, part of the SNY.TV blog network. Barrel Man. Remember earlier in the game we had the play overturned at the plate, and then there was a crew chief review?
Yes.
Turns out, as Counsel Robles comes on to pitch the bottom of the 7th, what Craig Counsell asked the umpires to do was to check with New York about the rules as to whether the Brewers could challenge as far as the plate blocking rules after the call was overturned. And it was a rules check. So they were told that they would have been allowed to challenge it, but they chose not to.
So the umpires are now aiding and abetting managers? Shouldn't the manager know the rules?
Well, I mean, the way the replay rules are written, they can ask for a rules clarification if the umpires aren't sure. And so the umpires asked New York. I don't know why it took 2.5 minutes to get an answer, but apparently they were told, yes, you can challenge if you want,
and Craig Counsell decided not to challenge.
And I'm not criticizing Craig Counsell here. I'm just, they're making this game much more complicated than it should be.
Well,
it's just,
I think, you know, what I've heard around baseball from a lot of people is a consensus that even people who like replay, who feel as though replay is a necessary thing, it's not going anywhere, we're going to have it forever, and I think that covers, I think that's reality, is that it's not going anywhere. I think a lot of people feel what I felt right when the replay rule was instituted is that the manager shouldn't even be part of it. If you're going to have replay and try and get the calls right, let the umpires and the people watching on video figure it out and take the managers out of the process.
well,
In the air to right center, Cespedes cutting over, but allowed to play it on a hop. And Lucroy's got a base hit leading off in the 7th against Hansel Robles. Meanwhile, Robles has a lot to prove. Things have not been going well for him.
it has been a struggle for him, and he is a guy that's been giving it up lately. It's interesting how the right-handed batters are really giving him trouble, and the lefties, he's getting him out, but he can give up the home runs, and he's allowed 4 home runs and 7 runs in his last 5 outings. He's got to keep the ball in the ballpark.
Even in his last outing, he allowed a couple of hits to his first 2 batters before he got through an inning. Chris Carter takes a big hit and fouls it back.
Well, he's mentioned about his location. Okay, fine. He's a big hard thrower. He's got a rubber arm. But you know, this is the big leagues, and there's major league hitters can hit a fastball. He hasn't got a really great breaking ball, so he's really got to locate that fastball.
It's 3 infielders on the left side, and with Loney holding Lucroy at first, the right side completely open for Carter. Carter's fly to right and struck out tonight. And the slider down, 2-1. Matt Harvey went 6, allowed a run on 2 hits, 2 walks, 8 strikeouts, and leaves in a 1-1 game. Imagine Robles is pitching the 7th because the Mets need to stay away from Addison Reed tonight. Remember, Reed worked 2 innings on Wednesday night and then worked an inning last night. So that backs everybody else up. Means Henderson probably would get the 8th or Bastardo. So Robles pitching the 7th. 2-1 to Carter. And the fastball away, and now Hunts is behind 3-1. Dangerous spot against a home run hitter. Kirk Neuenhuis, who has the biggest hit in this game for the Brewers, waiting on deck. .3-1 coming to Carter, and he walked him. And now the Brewers have the first 2 men on.
Well, with the way things have been going with Robles, I'd be a little inclined to get someone up in that bullpen.
Well, Wilmer Flores coming over to talk to Robles after Plawecki was out to visit him as well. Neuenhuis, the batter, tripled down the right field line and scored the only run for Milwaukee his last time up.
Now, Neuenhuis' last 3 games is hitting .500, but he's still getting into 229. Tight ball game, bottom of the 7th. I put the bunt down with the veteran Aaron Hill behind him.
Tell you what, I'd have a lefty in to face him right now. Mets don't have anybody up in the bullpen. That's about to change. So Robles is staying in to face Neuenhuis. Flores shortens up at 3rd, but Neuenhuis is not bunting, and he takes ball 1.
Tough guy to double up, Neuenhuis. But these ballparks today, even there's no more AstroTurf. The grass is so, it's like putting greens, such quick infields. Bastardo up in the bullpen.
Just now starting to throw. Aaron Hill, a right-hand hitter on deck. And Robles having all sorts of trouble. This has just been a dreadful stretch for Hansel, and Dan Worth is going to come out and visit him. He looks like his confidence is shot right now.
I really feel that Hansel, if his velocity on his fastball, Gary, if he could develop a split finger, he can the slider and become more effective. Does he have the ability to develop that pitch and have command of it?
Well, his velocity is down tonight. He's throwing 91, 92, which is not what we're accustomed to seeing from Robles. So he's got some big pitches to make here. First and second, nobody out. 2-0 to Nieuwenhuis with Aaron Hill on deck. And Nieuwenhuis takes a big rip. There's the 96-mile-an-hour fastball. 2-1.
Nick down the pipe. Nieuwenhuis with a big uppercut.
Johnson and Cabrera set a double play depth. And another high fastball, and that gets Robles back even.
Well, he's blew 2 right by him. Does not like that ball upstairs at all.
I think he tries to go a little bit higher here to get the strikeout. 2-2 coming. And he struck him out on 3 straight fastballs, the last one at 97. There's the Hansel Robles we're accustomed to seeing.
Well,
1 out.
Whatever Dan Worthen told him, file it and put it away in your computer bank.
So that's a snappy comeback by Hansel Robles.
Very snappy.
It's not a snappy Tom,
No.
but it's a snappy comeback.
But can't call a fastball a snappy Tom.
There's Aaron Hill, who walked twice against Matt Harvey, the only 2 walks Matt gave up tonight. Lucroy at second, Carter at first, and 1 out. And Hill takes up and in, ball 1.
Right-handers hitting 278 against Robles. Excuse my pronunciation.
To Hill, and he takes a fastball strike.
Gosh, why would you take? Oh well. To each his own.
Matt Harvey, with his performance tonight, lowered his ERA to 4.66, which may not sound like much, but 3 starts ago it was 6.08. So he's down a run and a half over these last 3 starts. And going in the right direction. 1-1 now to Hill with Flores, the left-hand hitter, on deck. And Hill watches wide, 2-1. Stardo continues to throw in the bullpen with the left-hand hitter next. Two 2-1 coming, and Hill swings through the fastball. 2-2.
Swings through it. On 3 split-second tardy. He's throwing it by people. He's throwing hard. I think Dan Worthen went out there and said, stop aiming it and just let it loose. Cut it loose.
Also might have had a bit of an epiphany. Two coming. In the air, deep center field. Back goes Cespedes to the warning track to get it. Tagging at second is Lucroy. He'll go over to third. Aaron Hill made some solid contact, came up a little bit short, and that's the second out.
Just an F8 on your scorecard. Wanted it away. It's right down the pipe. He got the barrel on it. biggest part of the ballpark, the deepest part of the park.
So now runners at the corners with 2 out. Bastardo's been throwing. You got the left-hand hitter Flores coming up. But Terry's going to stay with Robles to try and get through the inning. Lucroy at third, Carter at first with 2 out. Flores drove in the only Milwaukee run with a sacrifice fly in the 5th. 20th pitch of the inning coming up for Robles. First to check in on Carter, who's no threat to run, but maybe Hansel thought he could catch him sleeping. Hernan Perez has come out on deck to pinch hit if Flores keeps the inning going. Takes a changeup high for ball 1. He's been trying to incorporate that changeup a little more against lefties, but it's just not a very effective pitch. Now that Thornburg, who has been spectacular for the Brewers, gets up.
Trying to get out of an inning and you're throwing your 3rd pitch when you've been struggling. I don't like that at all. Now you got to throw a fastball.
And he gets it in for a strike, 1-1.
Good spot, knee high outside corner.
Mets 1 run 5 hits. The Brewers 1 run 3 hits. We're in the 7th. And Flores cracks one down the left field line. Long run back toward the corner for De Aza, and he runs it down. Alejandro De Aza with a long run to get to it, and he gets to Flores's fly ball to get Robles through the inning. He was off to the races. Made it look easy. Still 1-1. The 18th loss for the Cubs against 41 wins.
Well, the Cubs aren't invincible.
But Norris got the win in that game for the Braves. There's your Jeep Mets box score. Cespedes' home run accounting for the only Met run. Had some good outfield play on both sides. And now we go to the 8th. Curtis Granderson's been on base 3 times in a row tonight. And he takes the first pitch fastball strike from Will Smith.
Been a struggle for Granderson against left-handers. 12 for 62, 194 BA.
He was intentionally walked his last time up. And he takes the breaking ball out of the strike zone, 1-1. De Aza on deck, another left-hand hitter, and then Cespedes And they've got a right-hander busy in the Milwaukee bullpen, ready for Cespedes. And Smith misses with a slider. 2-1. Diaz made a really nice running play to retire Flores during that last half inning. Granderson pops it up. Villar trailing out. 1 away. New York Mets baseball on SNY is brought to you by GMC. See the pros at your tri-state GMC dealer. GMC, we are professional grade. By Good Humor, get sweet treats from Good Humor at the concession stand, and look for the official ice cream truck in your neighborhood this summer, June 2nd to the 26th. And by Toyota, visit your local Toyota dealer or buyatoyota.com today. Toyota, let's go places. Diaz 0 for 3 at the plate tonight, now facing the left-hander. And he hits one in the air to right field. Pretty well hit. Back goes Flores to the track, but he gets there to make the catch.
Just got inside enough on Diaz.
So Alejandro making a bid against the lefty.
Just on the label, towards the label enough.
So Will Smith gets his left-hand hitters out, and now his work is done. And they'll bring in the right-hander to face Cespedes. Call to the bullpen brought to you by Empire City Casino. Tyler Thornburg on his way in. On a pretty incredible streak comes in for the Brewers.
I'll say he retired 26 straight batters. That is a Milwaukee Brewer franchise record for relievers. Unscored upon in 23 of 26 appearances this year. Over his last 12 appearances, has not given up a run. 36 strikeouts, as you can see, in 25 innings. That's pretty sterling.
27 years old, came out of the same school that produced Bobby Parnell, Charleston Southern University. Yoenis Cespedes, who's accounted for the only Met run tonight with his 16th home run, a rocket shot in the 6th inning. Bats against Thornburg.
Big shoulder lift right over the top. Big guy.
95, missing low, ball and a strike. James Loney would be next. The Mets have 5 hits tonight. The Brewers have 3. Matt Harvey and Junior Guerra hooked up. They were both excellent, and now it's in the hands of the bullpens. Big cut by Cespedes on the high fastball, 1-2.
Throw it by him. Right over the top, straight fastball with cheddar.
Thornburg, a guy who they thought was going to be a starter early in his career. He's had to work through some injury problems, and now has become a big-time piece in the bullpen for Milwaukee. Cespedes hits it out to right center, tailing away from Nieuwenhuis. It's down for a base hit. Nieuwenhuis cuts it off. Cespedes heads for second, and he's in standing with a 2-out double. Cespedes has begun his rampage. A home run last time up, and now a hard double to right center.
Well, around what, 30+ at bats of a slump? Not a bad slump at all. Not lengthy by any stretch of the imagination. And he has come out of it.
7 for 14 in the last 3 games, and that snaps the string of 26 straight hitters retired by Thornburg. And the Mets have the tie-breaking run in scoring position with 2 out. And James Loney coming up. Loney tonight 0 for 2 and a walk. Two extra base hits tonight for Cespedes. The Mets have 6 hits on the night. And Thornburg, it looks like he doesn't know what to do with himself. He hasn't had a base runner in so long.
The end of that streak.
And Loney takes a good cut of the fastball and fouls it back.
Side view. Doesn't generate a stays. Got great balance. He's just so strong. So quick with his hands. Good, great bat speed. And Loney just had himself a terrific rip that first pitch.
Ball and a strike to Loney, as Rubel Cabrera would be next. And Loney swings and misses at a fastball, 1-2.
Veto on that one. There's no doubt what you're going to get as a hitter from Thornburg. He's going to give you that fastball. He's confident with it.
He's one of those guys too who looks with the naked eye like he's throwing harder than the radar gun says.
Jeanette playing very deep in right field, shallow right field at second base. There's a good breaking ball. Good eye by Loney.
He managed to stop the swing. Alfonso Marquez with the call, 2-2.
Lucroy, nice block, but look at the nice. I'm more impressed with Loney holding his bat on that breaking ball. It's the first breaking ball he's seen, the first breaking ball that Thornburg's thrown.
Cespedes at second. VR staying very close with him, so he can't get much of a jump. Two and two to Loney. And he goes down swinging on the fastball to end the inning. So Thornburg's streak comes to an end, but he gets the big out as he strikes out Loney after the Cespedes double. And that sends us to the bottom of the 8th, still tied at 1. has been closed here at Miller Park. Guess they have a threat of rain, so they sealed it up. Game began with the roof open. 1-1 as we go to the bottom of the 8th. There's your Cadillac driver on the major. Steven Strasburg gave up 4 runs early, but the Nats rallied with 3 home runs, beat the Phillies 9-6. The Braves upset the Cubs. You don't say that often in baseball, but you can say it here. And the Reds got 2 in the 7th to beat Oakland 2-1. And out in San Francisco, the Dodgers scored 2 against Johnny Cueto in the first, and then Matt Duffy homered against Clayton Kershaw in the first. 2-1 LA. Antonio Bastardo will pitch the bottom of the 8th. Hernan Perez pinch hitting, and he takes a strike. So the great pitchers duel in San Francisco has not started the way they expected.
Bastardo has kind of hit it a little skid here. 7 runs in his last 7 outings.
Breaking ball pulled. Foul. Arrows had a good night at the plate last night. Went 2 for 3, including that shot that hit off the chest of Neil Walker that eventually knocked him out of the game and kept Walker on the sidelines tonight. He was feeling a little sore today. Said he could have played if he had to. Certainly expects to be able to play tomorrow. 0-2 to Perez, and he takes it. Strike 3 call. Got him looking at a sinker. Perez struck out. 1 down in the home 8th. Now here's the ball that Perez hit last night.
Well, it took an up hop here. He gets down on a knee, and the ball came up and hit him. And you thought the sternum, Gare, and I thought it was to the left breast. And he said that it knocked the wind out of him and kind of hit him in the heart. So it did get him in that muscle part of the just left of the sternum, the left shoulder, left breast.
Well, fortunately, there should be no lasting ill effects from that. Jonathan Villar taking all the way, a call strike. Villar is 1 for 3 tonight. He hit that ball that banked off Harvey's foot for an infield hit. Aaron Hill tried to score, was initially called safe, then ruled out when the Mets challenged. Villar pops one foul, but it'll come back out of play. 0-2. Harvey went 6 innings, allowed a run on 2 hits, 2 walks, 8 strikeouts. 3rd straight stellar start from Matt. Hansel Robles gave up a single and a walk to start the 7th, and then got through the inning. A couple of long fly balls, but he survived. And now Bastardo pitching the 8th with Addison Reed probably not available tonight after pitching 3 innings the last 2 days. 0-2 to Villar, and he bounces a slider. One-two from Bastardo. And it's pulled foul. Bastardo last pitch in the first game of the doubleheader Tuesday night in Pittsburgh, and allowed a home run to Jordy Mercer. One and two to Jonathan Villar. He fouls off the fastball. Brewers out there closer Jeremy Jeffress getting ready in the bullpen. 1-2 coming. Hangs in there. VR has been quite a find, picked up from Houston, which is where the Brewers GM David Stearns used to work. Lifetime .245 hitter coming into the season, and he has had a terrific start to his Milwaukee career. And they've got a great shortstop prospect who is on the verge of being ready for the big leagues, and VR is making the decision to bring him up a little dicier because he's played so well. One, two, and it's taken outside. Orlando Arcia is the prospect. He's the brother of the twins Osvaldo Arcia, and he is the #1 prospect for the Brewers.
You remember them, the expansion Padre team. The shortstop was Jose Arcia.
Don't know if that's
any relation.
That's... Eighth pitch of the at-bat coming from Bastardo to VR. And the slider misses low and in. Full count. So he had VR down in the count. And VR has fought his way back to a full count. He's been impressive, not just his offense, his defense as well. He's really a take charge player for Milwaukee. Three-two from Bastardo. Another slider and another foul ball. Nine pitches deep in this at bat, and Bastardo still trying to get VR. Scooter Gennett waiting on deck. Again, the 3-2, and it's popped up a mile high. Loney waiting for it to come down, and he stays with it for the second out. That's as high a pop up as we've seen this season.
They always seem to look higher in a dome for some reason. Indoors, as Gary mentioned, they have closed the roof.
So 2 out and nobody on. Now Scooter Gennett, left-hand hitter, 0 for 3 tonight after a 4 for 4 night last night.
Yeah, Bartolo didn't fool him, that's for sure. He had 4 rockets off Bartolo.
Well, this is a big batter. You got Ryan Braun on deck. You don't want him coming up with a man on. And Gennett pops one up. That should stay in play for Flores. And Wilmer uses 2 hands to make sure to end the inning. So Bastardo works a 1-2-3 bottom of the 8th. And we go to the 9th. 1-1 game. Okay, guys, the timeless moment brought to you by Coors Banquet, and nothing like having a little dance with Grandma.
You're never too old. Never too old here.
Or too young.
Got to stay young.
Can't tell who's having more fun there.
You can't let this world bring you down.
It's only castles burning. Jeremy Jeffress, the Milwaukee closer, will come on for the 9th inning. Jeffress having a nice year. Hard throwing right-hander who started his career with Milwaukee and came full circle back to the Brewers. As dribble Cabrera 0 for 3, the third baseman Hill stays in, and Jeffress starts with a curveball that misses for ball 1. As dribble always a threat to drop down a bunt, and Hill wary of that. Flores on deck, Johnson behind him. Mets have 6 hits tonight. The Brewers have 3 in a very well pitched game. And Cabrera takes the fastball wide, 2-0. Junior Guerra went 6 2/3, a run on 5 hits. Will Smith worked a perfect inning. Tyler Thornburg gave up a Cespedes double, but then struck out Loney. Familia waiting for a lead before he starts warming up. And now Jeffress behind on Cabrera, 3-0. Jeremy Jeffress, now 28 years old. Went to Kansas City and Toronto before coming back to the Brewers. He was in 72 games last year and then took over as the closer this year for the first time in his career. And he's done well with it. And he walks Cabrera on 4 pitches. And the Mets got the leadoff man on in the top of the 9th. You can win a trip to Universal Orlando Resort, where you'll experience the action, thrills, and excitement of 2 amazing theme parks. And stay on site at Lowe's Sapphire Falls Resort. Go to sny.tv/Toyota and enter the Toyota Fan Flyaway Sweepstakes today. So how do you play it with Wilmer Flores, who's been hot with the bat?
You let him swing, and it's too bad the hit and run is a lost art. Wilmer's got a nice hole to pop it through on the right side of that infield. Jeanette way up the middle.
With the left-hander Johnson on deck, and he's bunting on the first pitch and fouls it off.
Interesting. Red hot hitter.
Late square by Flores there. He was not really ready. And haphazardly fouled it off.
I am surprised. And you see the defense right there. You see Jeanette at second base, up the middle, a runner at first base from holding a runner on. Nice hole to shoot for, first and third.
Cabrera at first, not a fast runner, nobody out. Hill creeps in at third. Flores swings and grounds one through the hole, a base hit. Cabrera will have to stop at second. So Flores found the hole, and the Mets have the first 2 men on in the 9th.
Nicely done, Wilmer. Because I feel like I'm in the Maltese Falcon.
Wilmer.
Very well done. Now pitch away. You got that hole to drive it through. And now you got an inning where you got an inning brewing. And you're going to put the bunt on here, I would think.
Well, you got Johnson at the plate. You got Plawecki on deck, and then the pitcher's spot. Don't know if Neil Walker's available to pinch hit.
I'm sure he'll be available.
There he is with the helmet on, so that answers that question. The Brewers are looking for the bunt. Johnson has swung the bat well tonight at a double in the 3rd and hit one over the fence that Neuenhuis brought back in the 7th. So we'll see if he's asked to bunt. The Brewers certainly expecting it, but he's not bunting. Not on the first one. It's in the dirt, but Lucroy does a great job of blocking it to keep the runners where they are.
That's a cross up right there, Garrett. Let's see. Watch that. Did he get crossed up?
Yes, he did. He did a great job just batting that ball down. And that's going to draw a visit from the first-year pitching coach.
That is very
Derek Johnson.
That's very fortunate right there. That would have been gone back to the backstop.
Well, bunt was not on. At least Johnson was not showing bunt on the first pitch. He and Tim Tuffle have a little face-to-face now. Talk about what to do next. Kelly's first game back with the Mets after being traded from the Braves to the Mets for the 2nd straight year. And He has swung the bat well tonight. Didn't run the bases very well in the third, but see what he's asked to do here. First baseman Carter now hanging back, not looking for the bunt.
Wow.
And Kelly set to swing, takes the fastball low, and it's 2-0. And Jeffress digs the hole a little deeper.
Terry Collins showing that might be one of the reasons why.
We saw Flores asked to bunt, looked terrible doing it, then got a base hit. So Johnson not being asked to bunt. Now he swings and fouls one off, and it's 2-1. More and more teams are eschewing the bunt in what used to be automatic bunting situations.
Yep.
Partly because there are so few position players these days who know how to bunt.
It's becoming a lost art, like hit and run. It's the National League, you know, no DH.
Cabrera at second, Flores at first, and nobody out. Mets trying to grab a lead in the ninth. And Johnson takes a well-placed fastball on the inside corner, 2-2.
I'll tell you what, he cut that one loose inside corner. Very wise for Kelly to take that one.
Well, that would have been in 17 pieces if he'd swung it.
He's got to somehow get the runner to third base here. Not drive him in.
So Jeffress has worked his way back to 2-2. Plawecki waiting on deck. Lucroy sets up away, and Johnson won't chase the changeup, and it's 3-2.
Well, kind of question that pitch. Walk the leadoff hitter 4 pitches, get yourself in trouble. Wilmer gets a base hit. Now you got a full count. They're not going to run the runners here.
Who wouldn't think? I mean, if he were to strike out, it would be an automatic strike him out throw now with Cabrera and Flores the base runner. 3-2 to Johnson.
And he lines one, base hit. Cabrera to third. He'll be held up there as the throw comes in from Ramon Flores. It gets away, but not far enough for Cabrera to make a break. And the Mets will have the bases loaded and nobody out. Kelly Johnson coming through with his second hit in his first game back with the Mets.
Terrific at bat, coming in again, but down this time, and it bled out over the middle. Nice hitting. And Jeffress did not back up home plate. He's late. No excuse for that. And he had to freeze there, Cabrera, because he wasn't sure if the line drive was at the second baseman.
And by the time the ball got away, his momentum was going back the other way, and just not fast enough to chance it with nobody out. So it's left in the hands of Plawecki, who had a big bases loaded hit in the game last night. Plawecki in the lineup because Terry Collins liked the way he was swinging the bat in big spots the last few days, and he's got another big spot here.
Infield in.
Bases loaded, nobody out, ninth inning. And Plawecki goes after the first pitch fastball, 0-1.
We've seen this. Look at the shortstop, Villar. Way over in the pole. I don't understand it. Now, Plawecki got a base hit in that hole last night. But what are you doing? I mean, you're leaving the whole middle of the field open.
Well, the other day in Pittsburgh, he took the ball right up the middle for a run-scoring hit. Certainly got the entire middle of the field to shoot out here.
So they didn't do it yesterday in the same situation. Now, but because he did it last night, they're going to move the shortstop over?
Probably less likely to pull it against a guy through a 97.
Jeez, I just don't get it.
Cabrera at third, Flores at second, Johnson at first, nobody out. Tie game, ninth inning. And Plawecki fouls off the fastball, and now Jeffress, who could really use a strikeout, is ahead 0-2. Neil Walker is out on deck to pinch hit. Jeffress hurt himself with a leadoff walk to Cabrera.
I wonder if Terry wishes he had not pinch hit Conforto back in the 7th with 2 outs, nobody on. I mean, it's hindsight's 20/20.
They brought in the lefty to face Conforto when he grounded out.
You want to keep your switch hitter available on the bench.
0-2 to Plawecki, and the curveball hit in the air, shallow right. Who's going to get it? Jeanette over the shoulder, makes the catch, and everybody scrambles back.
with the infield in. Plawecki almost dumped it into shallow right, but Jeanette makes a terrific play for the first out.
This is a major league play, folks. You got an infield inning, had a long way to run. Plants and throws home, and Jeffress is not backing up again. This is just a really fine play. It's not an easy play.
So now Neil Walker will bat for Bastardo with the bases loaded and 1 out. Neil went 0 for 3 last night before leaving after getting hit in the chest by a ground ball. In his career as a pinch hitter, Neil is 6 for 32. That's a 188 average.
All you need is a sac fly.
And he takes the curveball for a strike, 0-1. He has not done a good job getting a runner in from third with less than 2 out. But this is a chance the Mets just can't afford to bypass. Curtis Granderson on deck. Cabrera the go-ahead run at third, 1 out. And Walker fouls it off, and Jeffress is ahead 0-2.
Well, now you got to choke up and you got to protect the plate.
Lucroy sets up inside, and the breaking ball is in. Strike 3 called. Walker didn't think so, but Jeffress strikes him out for the second out of the inning.
Nasty pitch, Gary. Too close to take. He just dropped one on him here. Look at this bottom drop out and sink. That's a strike. That is a pitcher's pitch. Boy, oh boy, you just cannot let these opportunities get by you.
So the Mets had the bases loaded and nobody out. A nice play by Jeanette for the first out, a strikeout of Walker for the second out, and now it's left to Curtis Granderson, who's 1 for 2 and a pair of walks tonight. And we have highlighted Curtis's troubles with runners in scoring position. This would be a big one for him to be able to bust out. And Curtis takes a breaking ball for a strike.
All of a sudden, Jeffress is making some pitches, Gary.
Cabrera, Flores, and Johnson, the base runners with 2 out. And Curtis takes a strike. Jeffress all of a sudden throwing nasty curve after nasty curve. And it's 0-2.
He certainly is. Got himself in a world of trouble. And he's 1 pitch from pitching out of it.
Curveball tapped slowly, charging Jeanette. The quick toss, and he got him to end the inning. What an escape job by Jeremy Jeffress. The Mets have the bases loaded and nobody out, and they do not score.
to end the inning.
That one a little more routine, and there's a reaction from Jeffress, who really pitched a whale of an inning to get himself out of the trouble that he started. And there's Henderson on the mound, who's pitched outstanding for the Mets.
And this is an emotional game for Henderson, who's spent 3 years as a Brewer, including 2013 when he saved 28 games for them, his first game back in his old haunts. And he'll face Ryan Braun to lead off in the last of the night. Braun 0 for 3 tonight, 0 for 7 in this series. And he hits the first pitch off his leg, a foul ball.
Well, he's going to go against the teeth of this order. 3, 4, and 5, the big three. Braun, Lucroy, and Carter.
Well, the Mets have bypassed a host of opportunities in this series. They scored 5 runs last night on 13 hits and left a lot of material on the bases. And they had every chance to grab a lead in the 9th inning tonight, but unable to do so. And now it's up to Henderson to try to get this game to the 10th. Escape job by Jeffress has certainly energized this crowd, which has been fairly quiet for 2 nights, but they really got rolling in the top of the 9th. Jonathan Lucroy on deck, then Chris Carter against Henderson.
Houdini act.
Now he stepped it up to a different level once he started getting his breaking ball over. 0-2 to Braun. And he reaches and fouls off the fastball.
Well, Henderson's a big, tall guy, long-legged, big leg kick. Watch the stride. He really takes almost like 2 feet from the grass.
Strides enough to get you all the way from Canada to the U.S. Native of Calgary, Jim Henderson. Deals the 0-2 to Braun, and he misses with the slider. 1-2. Coming up tonight after the postgame show, it's Geico Sports Night. Mets #1 pick in the draft, Justin Dunn, pitching for Boston College tonight. Belmont Stakes coming up tomorrow. Paul Lo Duca will give his thoughts, and Muhammad Ali's life celebrated in his hometown of Louisville. 1-2 coming to Braun. Struck him out. He came back with the slider to get Braun, 1 man down.
Well, he got ahead, wasted a slider, then came back with another one off the plate. Got Braun fishing.
Eleven strikeouts from Met pitching tonight.
Good pitch.
Mostly relied on his fastball this year, but used his other weapon to get the strikeout. Now it's Lucroy, who singled to center his last time up against Robles in the 7th. 1 for 3 on the night. He takes the fastball outside. Robles worked through trouble in the 7th, but Starno worked a 1-2-3 8th, and now Henderson trying to hold the fort in the 9th. The Brewers have just 3 hits tonight. 2 against Matt Harvey in his 6th innings, and 1 against Robles by Lucroy. Slider off the plate, 2-0. Flores playing practically on the line at third base to try and prevent the double. Chris Carter on deck.
And Loney is way off the line on the other side of the infield on first base.
Anderson facing his former battery mate. Pilecki sets up outside. And the pitch misses outside, 3-0.
Well, I wonder how it feels. It's your old battery mate. No one would know, if you're the pitcher, know you better than your catcher in Lucroy.
Does he get a hit signed 3-0 here?
He's not really a power hitter, is he?
He's got 9 this year.
Then I'd let him loose.
Taking all the way, 3-1. You got the big power hitter on deck in Carter. Henderson behind 3-1. And Lucroy takes inside ball 4. And the Brewers have a 1-out base runner. Now it's Carter, who's 0 for 2 in a walk tonight. We're going to get a pinch runner for Lucroy. Keon Broxton, who was just recalled today. Brewers put Domingo Santana on the disabled list with an elbow injury. Broxton, who was with them a couple of weeks ago in New York, back up and in to pinch run. So with the potential winning run on first, let's have to be wary about Broxton and his speed. And Henderson checks in. Have given up more stolen bases than any team in the National League.
Brewers number 1.
Most of that is Jonathan VR, but Broxton, good speed. And he's off on the first pitch. The throw by Pilecki is too late. Trickles behind, and over to third goes Broxton. Not a good throw by Pilecki, and Johnson should have been able to knock that ball down, but it trickled behind Kelly, and now the winning run is on third.
Oh, a terrible throw by Pilecki here. Not a good throw at all, and he was in front of it. He just came up too quick, like fielding a ground ball when you open up the floodgates. That's going to be an E2.
It will be, but it's a ball that Kelly's got.
He's got to stay in front. I mean, he did stay in front. He's got to stay down.
It's been an odd night for Kelly. He's done well swinging the bat, but he had a big base running mistake, and that is a huge base to give up. Now the winning run at third with 1 out. The infield comes in. The outfield comes in. 1-0 to Carter. And he takes low and in 2-0. Well, now, who do you want to face in this spot? Wouldn't you want to walk Carter and pitch to Neuenhuis?
I would pitch. I agree with Terry pitching to Carter because Carter strikes out. He has got 80 strikeouts on the season. There's a reaction to Pilecki. And really, that ball should not have gone into the outfield. Kelly Johnson, we talked about that already. But to the current situation, 80 strikeouts. Carter, hard thrower. He's a slider bat speed. I would go after for the strikeout here, Gary, and then think about loading the bases.
Dan Warthen passing along how they want to handle it. Keep in mind with Broxton on third base, it doesn't take a very deep fly ball to get him home. He had 39 steals in the minors last year, 16 more this year. It was his 4th stolen base in the majors in limited playing time.
Outfield and not really. They can even come in a little more.
3 infielders on the left, 1 on the right, all in. And Carter fouls back the fastball 2-1, so he wasn't waiting around for a walk.
Well, 2-0 right there. Shoot, what do you want to walk for? Sacrifice fly. He's got a big long swing, Gary.
Mets have a great arm in center in Cespedes. So if he's going to hit a fly ball, you hope that's where he hits it. Broxton at third and 1 out. And Carter takes inside 3-1. Neuenhuis on deck. Aaron Hill behind him. You could walk 2 guys and set up the force at the plate if you wanted to.
Exactly.
3-1 to Carter. And he gets him to chase a high fastball, and it's 3-2. That would have been ball 4. Well, a strikeout would be sweet if he can get it.
Well, it's a guy you can strike. He threw the ball right by him right there, too. So I've made what I agree with Terry here, going after the 80 strikeout guy right now.
You climb the ladder again here.
Yep, just pour it in there.
3-2 coming, and he fouls it off.
The curious thing will be, you're going to walk Neuenhuis and Aaron Hill and pitch to Flores.
Left-hand hitter with the bases loaded. I don't know.
Aaron Hill, I don't know if I want a veteran bat up there.
Henderson 28 strikeouts in 22 innings. He could dearly use one here. 3-2 to Carter. And it's upstairs, ball 4. So the second straight walk. Now runners at the corners with 1 out, and now we'll see what they do. Do you pitch to Neuenhuis, who would be hard to double up, or do you walk him and pitch to Hill?
Even though Neuenhuis is a .220 hitter, who was a strikeout guy too, he's got 48 strikeouts, Gary, and he hasn't been here and played them that much.
Struck out twice tonight, but in between he tripled into the right field corner and scored the only Milwaukee run. Now Kirk, against his old team, has a chance to win it, and it does not appear as though the Mets are going to walk him. They keep the infield in because they can't stay back for the double play, not with Neuenhuis' speed.
I'd be inclined to load the bases here.
Well, he might try to tease him out of the strike zone. Runner goes. The pitch is high, so Carter takes second base on defensive indifference. That takes the force away. Really not of consequence here. They weren't playing for the double play anyway.
You got to walk him here?
I don't know.
Shoot.
If you were going after him with first and third, why wouldn't you go after him with second and third? Doesn't really change the equation much. They have the infield in anyway, and they aren't going to keep pitching to him. Aaron Hill waits on deck. Broxton, potential winning run at third. And Neuenhuis swings through the high fastball. 1-1.
And this is the guy you got to pitch upstairs. Robles blew him away with high cheddar the last at bat in the 7th.
Remember, he fell behind him 2-0 and then went upstairs 3 times in a row. 1-1 to Neuenhuis. And Kirk swings at another high fastball. It's 1-2.
Dude, I'm telling you. You got some guys that just don't know how to situational hit. They're just one zone hitters, same, like every swing's the same.
Jim Henderson working with his back against the wall.
Don't waste any time. Just keep going up the ladder.
Looking for the strikeout. 1-2 to Neuenhuis. Struck him out. There's a huge strikeout for Jim Henderson, and now there are 2 out in the inning. Not even close. Now, do you pitch to Hill, or do you walk the veteran right-hand hitter and work to the rookie left-hand hitter?
Pitch to Hill. Everything I've said is going haywire. Terry, everything's come out roses for him here. And I know what he's thinking. This is a big, there was some strikeout hitters right there going after Carter, going after Neuenhuis.
They're going to pitch to Hill.
Yep, it's a righty-righty situation.
Hill has walked twice and hit a deep fly ball to center. Broxton at third, Carter at second, 2 out. Henderson trying to get this game to the 10th. And Hill takes up and in for ball 1. Hill 0 for 2 in his career against Henderson.
Sometime that third out is the toughest out to get.
2-0. Well, you don't have to throw him strikes. If you walk him, he can deal with Ramon Flores, who would be next.
You fall behind here, you don't make a fat one, that's for sure, with the open base.
Broxton, who stole second and moved to third on the error. 90 feet away. takes a knee-high strike. 2-1.
Oh my word! You live for 2-0 counts and 3-1 counts, 1-0 counts, and you take a 2-0 fastball. Insanity.
Two and 1 to Aaron Hill, and he fouls it back. And now Henderson on the edge of getting out of trouble. The Mets bypassed a bases loaded, nobody out chance in the top of the inning. The Brewers got a runner to third with 1 out here in the bottom of the ninth. Now Broxton at third with 2 out. 2-2 coming from Henderson to Hill. Ground ball. Johnson's got it. Side retired. Jim Henderson making his return to Miller Park. A dicey ninth inning, but he finds his way out of trouble. We go to the 10th, tied at 1. Nissan today for great offers on our most exciting lineup ever. Shop ChooseNissan.com. Changes for the Brewers. Martin Maldonado will catch and bat ninth. Keon Broxton will stay in the game in center field after pinch running. And the new pitcher Blaine Boyer will hit sixth in the order.
You know, Boyer had a brief stay with the Metsies. Been bouncing around. Boy, oh boy, both clubs have had opportunities just to win this ball game, and they let it slip away.
Both teams had huge chances in the ninth. Mets had the better one. Bases loaded, nobody out, and Jeremy Jeffress got out of it. Alejandro Diaz is 0 for 4 tonight. Well, so much of this is about situational hitting, right? Getting that sacrifice fly when you need it.
Well, a lot of guys today just have one swing. It's like the same swing all the time, the same swing you see, and don't know how to make an adjustment. You know, I've failed in situations like that. I've succeeded far more, and you don't have to overswing. You're just putting the ball in play. It's easy to hit a fly ball. I'm speechless.
Which is
really.
Which is very rare. Well, you're supposed to succeed more than you fail. The league average is about 55%, and that it used to be a little higher. It used to be more like 58, 59%. But
when a pitcher's in that situation and a sacrifice fly beats him, he's the one that's looking down the barrel. He's in trouble. To relish that situation.
Cespedes on deck. De Aza goes down on strikes. So Boyer begins his outing with a strikeout.
A little backdoor slider didn't do much. Got him out in front. Swung under it. He was on it. Just swung under it. Confound it.
So now it's Cespedes, who's 2 for 5 in his career against Boyer. He's got a home run and a double his last 2 at bats. A long home run to left center, and then a double to right center in the 8th. And Cespedes taking all the way a slider for a strike. Boyer now 34 years old. He has bounced around after starting his career with the Braves. Diamondbacks, Mets, Padres, Twins, and then landing this year in Milwaukee. Got the Justin Turner beard going.
Big red.
James Loney waiting on deck. And Cespedes hits it past the mound. Jeanette on the backhand, the running throw, and he's got him. Boy, Scooter Jeanette has been everywhere these last 2 innings.
That's a heck of a play. His momentum, it's on the other side of second base. Now he's playing up the middle. Just a terrific throw.
And it probably wouldn't have mattered because Cespedes never stepped on first base.
I've seen him do that more than a few times. It's a no-no.
Well, Jeanette made a great play on the pop-up by Plawecki in the last inning. Charged to get Granderson for the last out of the 9th. And now going to his right to get Cespedes. So 2 out and nobody on. Here's Loney, who's 0 for 3 and a walk tonight. And a curveball from Boyer for a strike. Boyer, the 5th Milwaukee pitcher of the night. Junior Guerra, the starter, went a very effective 6 2/3. Nothing in 2 to Loney. Well, Familia keeps standing around waiting for the Mets to get him a lead.
They're going to run Henderson back out there again. That was a tough inning for him, Gary.
Nobody else up.
Yep.
Threw 27 pitches in that inning.
He did a lot of work.
Oh, 2 from Boyer to Loney. Right into the shift. And the side retired. That was Hill, the 3rd baseman, who threw him out. Still tied at 1. Milwaukee. And after a very hard-working ninth, Jim Henderson is going to stay on and pitch the 10th.
And Henderson is a guy that they like to keep away from multiple inning appearances.
See, the problem the Mets have is Addison Reed's worked 3 innings the last 2 days. Logan Verrett is starting the game tomorrow night, so that takes those 2 out of play. Familia they'd like to save until they have a save situation. That leaves only Jerry Blevins as a bullpen option. And Blevins is a guy who generally gives you 2 or 3 batters at a time, and that's all. So they're a little short.
Makes me think there might be a move to bolster. This game goes deep in extra innings. They're going to need some bullpen help.
Well, Flores takes low and in, so Henderson being asked to work a second inning immediately falls behind Flores 3-0. Martin Maldonado, who came in to catch, is in the 9 hole. He's on deck, and then Jonathan Villar. And the Mets are going to get somebody up quickly in the bullpen. I mean, you might just have to bite the bullet and bring Familia in without a lead. And there's ball 4, so a 4-pitch walk, and Henderson throwing 91, so he's got nothing. He threw 27 pitches in that 9th inning. Blevins getting up quickly.
Now, do you bunt? You got a bunt here with top of the order coming up.
I would think they would have to. Maldonado, not a big hitter.
I have not been on the same wavelength of both managers today. More on Terry's wavelength than Council's.
Maldonado's hitting 108.
Look at Wilmer's not in as if it's not going to be a bunt here.
I would advise him it's probably going to be a bunt. And it is. Wilmer was not ready.
Not even on the cut of the grass.
And that's 5 in a row out of the strike zone from Henderson. And he's walking around the mound and he looks gassed.
Remember, couple this with the fact that he's returning to the place where he played, an emotional appearance for him, and he had to really pitch his fanny off.
And the guy who's been through 2 shoulder surgeries, and now Ray Ramirez, the trainer, is going to come out and have a look. After that last pitch, the way he had his head down walking around the mound, he looked like there's something wrong. And you know, with the velocity down to 91, that certainly is a red flag as well.
Looking at his hands, he got a blister.
Could be.
And that means, oh, Blevins is up now too. So Ramirez is going back to the dugout.
Terry just took his lineup card out, so it looks like Henderson's coming out of the game.
And that will allow whoever comes in all the time he needs.
So now what do? Do you want to bring in Blevins at this point? You've got Maldonado up, Villar and Jeanette to follow. Now Villar's a switch hitter who's a better right-hand hitter. Jeanette's a left-hand hitter. You could bring in Familia at this point to try and get you through the inning and see what happens from there. And let's see.
I think you got to go to Blevins.
Well, Henderson is out after throwing 5 pitches in this 10th inning. Looked like it might be a blister problem, and we'll see who comes in when we come back from break. 1-1 in the 10th. We'll be right back. brought to you by Geico, the #1 insurer in the New York market. By Citi, preferred card of the New York Mets. By JetBlue. By the Better Network Verizon, better matters. And by Jeep, now celebrating its 75th anniversary. Jim Henderson forced to leave, so the Mets will make a double switch. Wilmer Flores will move to first base. Matt Reynolds comes in to play third. He'll bat ninth, and Jerry Blevins will pitch and hit in the 4 spot.
Well, there's the numbers on Blevins, and you can say that you can see in the 25 games, 14 2/3, that he's basically a specialist, a left-handed specialist, but he's going to be called upon here to get some work done.
Well, they've even double switched him in the game, so the plan is to get him through this inning, and if the Mets get a lead in the 11th, then you would bring in Familia, but otherwise they'd ask Blevins to pitch a second inning. That's the way it shapes up here. They'll inherit a 1-0 count on Martin Maldonado, who was up there trying to bunt, and you assume that will
keep going the same way.
The case.
And we look to the top of the order, and VR and the left-hand hitting Jeanette.
Yeah, VR is the scary one because he's a terrific right-hand batter, hitting .345 from that side.
And you don't want to walk VR because now you need to let Braun come up. Right. So you can't. You got to pitch to him.
Right. So first it's Maldonado. Reynolds, who is a very good third baseman, comes creeping in. Played a lot of third base in college at Arkansas. Ramon Flores, the runner at first. Maldonado gives himself up.
Oh, he gave it away.
And bunts it foul, and now it's 1-1.
Well, you got to bunt to the first baseman here, and really Reynolds not playing in as I think he should. He's got to at least get in on that cut of that grass.
It's almost as though the Mets aren't convinced Maldonado's going to bunt, but he has certainly been bunting the first 2 pitches. And again, he gives himself up, and Reynolds comes creeping in. And he bunts it toward first, charging his Flores, and he doesn't even think about throwing a second. Takes the sure out. Wilmer was so inexperienced playing first base, he just wanted to make sure he got out. So now Ramon Flores carrying the winning run at second with 1 out, and Jonathan VR the batter.
And VR in 58 at bats, 20 hits, .345 batting average against left-handers.
He had a right-handed at bat against Bastardo in the 8th and had a 10-pitch marathon before he popped up. And again, you'd love to be able to walk him and pitch to the left-hand batting Jeanette, but that would mean, barring a double play, that Braun would get a turn. You don't want that if you can avoid it. And so Blevins pours over a fastball for a strike. Henderson goes an inning plus, no hits but 3 walks, worked himself out of trouble in the 9th.
There's the defense right there. Kelly up the middle, everybody else fairly straight up. Kelly Johnson, of course, at second base.
What an odd night it's been for Kelly Johnson. Fouled away, and now Blevins up in the count 0-2.
Big out right here, obviously. Jeanette, a 158 hitter against left-handers.
Brewers only have 1 player left on the bench. That's left-hand hitting Alex Presley. They were carrying a 4-man bench when the night began. Oh, 2 coming to VR, and it's up and away. Cardinals scored 6 runs in the 12th inning and beat the Pirates 9-3. So that day was a total loss for the Pirates. They lost the game and lost their starter Garrett Cole. Got taken out in the 3rd with triceps tightness.
They've lost 3 in a row now.
That moves the Cardinals past the Pirates into second place in that NL Central. 1-2 coming. And the curveball knocked down by Pilecki, breaking for 3rd, and now the throw is too late, but the tag, he came off the bat, he's out! Ramon Flores taking off on the short wild pitch.
got there but overslid the bag, and Reynolds kept the tag on him for the second out.
Oh boy, I can just hear Casey. Can anybody play this game?
The Brewers are going to challenge because they have to. I mean, it's too important to play to leave anything to chance. But Plawecki with the off-balance throw, and Flores tried to hang onto the bag, but came off just enough for the third base umpire Alfonso Marquez to call him out. And we'll see if it survives the replay.
No reason to make a hook slide, sort of go right to the bag. Oh well.
Yeah, his hand came off just long enough. Yep.
He's out.
Marquez made a perfect call. That left hand came off. Tag went on before the right hand hit the bag. Remember, the Brewers asked for a rules clarification earlier that was not a challenge, so they still had one in their pocket. You see, the only thing they could rule is that Reynolds pushed him off the bag, but I don't think so.
I think you're allowed to keep the tag, give it an aggressive tag.
And they have confirmed the out. So the plan to review brought to you by Mazda. Call is confirmed, and that's 2 out and nobody on. That is a huge play. Give Plawecki all the credit for keeping that ball close enough, and to Reynolds for keeping that tag on. So it's not a caught stealing. It's simply a put out 2-5, erasing Flores.
Nice play by Reynolds here. Not an easy hop. Stays in front. And you see the shortest distance between point A and point B is a straight line.
2-2 to VR, and the curveball struck him out to end the inning. Well, that's some neat work by Jerry Blevins with help from his catcher and his third baseman. That'll get us to the 11th. Mets and Brewers tied 1-1. As Dribble Cabrera leads off the top of the 11th against Blaine Boyer, who worked a 1-2-3 10th. Cabrera, Flores, and Johnson for the Mets. As Boyer misses inside ball 1. Boy, there's been a lot of failure in this game.
A lot of bad, not bad baseball, just rockhead plays out here by individual players.
Cabrera shoots one foul. Well, this is Plawecki blocking this curveball in the dirt.
Does a nice job and then throws off balance and almost falls on his fanny on the throw. You can see he got his foot forward there, and he does fall on his fanny. And just a heck of a play by Reynolds to keep the ball in front and then hold the tag.
Cabrera gets one in the air down the right field line. Over toward the corner comes Flores near the sidewall, and it hits the sidewall out of play.
Oh, that's too bad. Well, Reynolds keeps the continues to makes the tag, and oh, it's like falling like on the edge of a cliff. See ya.
Well, each team bypassed a huge opportunity in the ninth. Mets had the bases loaded and nobody out, couldn't score. The Brewers got the winning run to third with one out and couldn't score. In that kind of a game, that's about hit the Brewers 8-3, 1-1 in the 11th. Dribble flies one down the left field line this time. Braun coming over near the sidewall, and again not enough space. So Cabrera's gone foul line to foul line, making Brewer outfielders run, and he's still in there with a 1-2 count. As Dribble 0 for 3 tonight after 2 hits last night. It's funny how things work out, right? Matt Reynolds just came into that game as a double switch.
Yep.
Guy who's been thought of more as a shortstop, but going back to his college days at Arkansas, played a lot of third base and played it well, and called upon to make a big play in an extra inning game and makes it perfectly.
Well, that's a classic example for all the kids that they're still up right now, which I doubt.
That was Friday night.
That's hit hard toward the hole. A base hit for Cabrera. And the Mets get the leadoff man on in the 11th.
Terrific at bat by Cabrera, and I don't know how he gets a slider or a cutter. It was off the plate inside, and he just turned on it. This is not a strike. I don't know how the hell how the heck he did it.
Well, last time Wilmer Flores came up in this spot in the 9th inning, he was asked to try to bunt on the first pitch, looked awful doing it, and then swung away and singled to right. I would not imagine they'll ask him to bunt again, but we'll see. Wilmer has 2 hits tonight. He's 12 for 25 on this road trip. Just been swinging extremely well.
You got the same situation, the same hole between.
And he rockets one down the left field line. That's a base hit going into the corner. Cabrera going to third. He's going to be held up there. Flores into second with a double. Wilmer Flores just hitting the stuffing out of the ball. And the Mets have second and third and nobody out.
Back-to-back 3-hit nights. Jumps all over this fastball. No, it was a slider, a cutter that didn't cut. And the Mets are in business, and I just can't see them letting this one get away. Cabrera doesn't run terribly well. And he's going to hold up right there, second and third.
Now they're going to walk Kelly Johnson intentionally and fill the bases for Plawecki, so the Mets will be exactly where they were in the 9th inning. Bases loaded, nobody out, with Plawecki, the 9-hole, and Granderson coming up. In this case, Reynolds in the 9-hole. It was Walker pinch hitting in the 9th.
Well, Plawecki came through last night in the 7th inning, Gary, with that 8th inning, excuse me. The 2 RBI single.
So Blaine Boyer, who worked a 1-2-3-10th, finding trouble in the 11th. A little spinner in the middle of the plate to Flores. And right now, Wilmer's like baby shampoo, no more tears.
Coming off the hamstring and getting a second chance. And he is taking advantage of it.
It is 13 hits in 26 at-bats since taking over for David Wright at the beginning of this road trip. It is all work for Flores. So here's Plawecki. Came up in the 9th with the bases loaded with the infield in. Hit a little pop up to shallow right. Scooter Gennett made an outstanding play to catch it over his shoulder. you got Cabrera at third, Flores at second, and Johnson at first again. This time not Jeremy Jeffress on the mound, the hard-throwing closer, but Blaine Boyer, the veteran right-hander. Mets now have 10 hits in the game. Just trying to squeeze a run in here in the 11th. And Plawecki flies one foul down the right side. Carter coming over, should have a play, and that's the first out of the inning. Plawecki beside himself, fouling out for the first out.
Well, Reynolds has been on this road trip, has come through twice. Miami got a big hit.
He had one last night, a 9th inning single that drove in a run and expanded the Mets lead. Now looking to give the Mets the lead.
And see how they play in the infield. They're going to play the middle infielders double play depth. That's interesting. Reynolds runs well. I mean, they're not halfway, Gary. They're back.
Yep. So a slow ground ball to a second baseman or shortstop. It will be very hard for them to turn two. Carter, though, comes in on the grass at first base. Bases loaded, one out. Reynolds up for the first time in the game. And he takes low and away, ball one.
Good eye. That puts him in the catbird seat. Bases loaded. Cabrera, it's got to be incumbent on Cabrera to get a good lead down that line. And be ready to motor.
To Reynolds.
And he lines one off the glove of VR. They'll flip to second. They get the force, and that's all. Now they've got it. That runner's already out. He's already out.
Yes.
They let the runner go to third uncontested. Flores was the guy who was in jeopardy after they stepped on second and got the force on Johnson, who was already out. So the run comes in, and the Mets lead 2-1. What a bizarre play. The arm dropped the liner, but then he flipped to second, and they got the force on Johnson, and then rather than go after Flores, who was in jeopardy, they went after Johnson, who was already out.
Gary, they got to go back to school. Okay, now Gary's described it beautifully.
There's
the force out.
Except that the second base umpire said he missed the bag, but then he came back and he hit it.
Yes, and he had an eye.
He signaled safe, but I guess he meant that Flores was safe because Johnson was clearly out. The whole thing was convoluted because the second base umpire, Chris Guccione, or that's not Chris Guccione.
No, it's not. It's, gosh almighty. I have seen everything tonight.
So the Mets get a run on a fielder's choice. I've never seen a stranger play.
That's Ramon De Jesus at second base.
Okay.
He went back and retagged the bag. This De Jesus has got to say safe, okay, for the runner.
Well, Flores was safe
because he's got to call it out.
Right. The runner from first base, Johnson, was out as soon as Jeanette stepped on second, but then they chased Johnson back to first rather than going after Flores, who was not out. So the Mets get a run on a bizarre play to lead 2-1, and Granderson the batter.
All right, explain it, Gary. Go ahead.
So here's VR. He drops the ball, so everybody's forced. Flips to second. Now Flores has to go to third, right? He's forced to go to third.
Yes.
And then Jeanette steps on second. And now Johnson's already out. And they tag him for the second time.
Now,
if they go after Flores and get him at a rundown, the run could still have scored if the run crossed the plate before the tag was made.
Precisely, because they made the out behind him. He's in a rundown. He can get in a rundown where the runner will score.
Here's the other thing about that. Once Jeanette stepped on second, Flores could have stayed at second base because he was no longer forced. But I don't think Romer realized that. Watch, Romer goes back to the bag thinking the line drive is going to be caught. Now, once Jeanette steps on second, there's no longer a force on Flores. He could have stayed at second. But now he's vulnerable once he leaves the bag. But they went after the wrong guy. What a comedy of errors this game has been.
Oh, my gosh.
Meanwhile, the runner at third, Cabrera, came home. The question is, had they gone after Flores, would he still have scored?
No, he's in.
Yep, he's in.
He did the right thing. He motored to make sure.
Oh, my
boy, how bizarre.
You think you've seen everything in this game.
Granderson flies one out to left, and Braun is there. And that retires the side, but the Mets get a run in extremely strange fashion, and now Jerry's Familia will try and make it stand up in the bottom of the 11th. 2-1 New York.
Harvey.
One out, and the second base umpire Ramon De Jesus kind of made this thing more difficult. But the bottom line is that once VR dropped the ball, the Mets were going to score the run anyway. The question is whether the Brewers could have turned a double play. Now here's the play. Now you see Cabrera coming home from third. So once the line drive goes off his glove, Cabrera comes home. The out at second is made. So even if they had gone after Flores and tagged him out, that run was going to score, because they didn't have time to throw home.
Now, Ramon De Jesus at second base totally botched the call. He did not have to make a safe call, because if you miss the bag, you don't have to make that call.
I think he was trying to say that Flores was not out, because it's almost like in his mind the line drive had been caught. That's what confused him. Once it dropped, he was saying that Flores got back safely, but that was not something. You're right.
He didn't have to make the call.
Here's Familia trying to save it now, and a call strike to Jeanette.
Now, this is such a peculiar play. It had to be a knuckleball line drive. VR drops it. Flores does the proper thing. Now it's dropped. Flores has to advance.
Grounded down to Reynolds at third, and the throw to first gets Jeanette for the first down. So at the point of the force, there's no way they can throw out Cabrera at the plate.
No, and then Wilmer doesn't have to get in the rundown.
Now he could have thrown to first base.
Now I'll give Jeanette a pass here because De Jesus called it safe.
Right.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Been a lot of confusion tonight.
I'm glad that I had a cup of coffee in the fifth inning.
Well, here's a big hitter for Familia. You got to face Ryan Braun in a one-run game. Braun is 0 for 4 tonight, 0 for 8 in the series, and he takes a rip at a sinker, 0-1. And all of a sudden, Familia's sinker looks like it's back. Terry Collins was raving about it last night. Familia picked up his 20th save of the year, the fastest any Met pitcher has ever gotten to 20 saves in a season. Quickly is that on Braun, 0-2. Familia got his 20th save in the Mets' 59th game. Fastest any Met had gotten to 20 saves prior was Francisco Rodriguez in 2009. It took him 71 games, so Familia beat him by 12 games. Oh, 2 to Braun with Broxton on deck. Remember, Lucroy came out for a pinch runner. And it's off his foot, a foul ball. Second one that Braun has fouled off his leg tonight.
Well, this has just been one of those games. It's almost like a game that should have been played on a full moon on Friday the 13th.
It was played with the roof open at the start. The roof was closed in the 8th inning. Brewers got a run in the 5th. Cespedes tied it with a home run in the 6th, and it stayed tied until the 11th when the Mets got a strange run. Slider misses inside to Braun, 1-2.
I got to talk to Bob Uecker tomorrow before the game and see if he's ever seen a play like that in all of his years in the booth and playing. The Brewers have just played a horrific game.
1-2 to Braun. It's taken inside, 2-2.
Have left another 11 men on base, and looks like they're going to get out of Dodge here. Familia can close it.
2-2 coming.
Struck him out. Familia throws it by Braun. 2 men down.
Nasty sinker, Gary. When he's down, Gary, he's tough to hit. Those right-handers, it's no Sunday waltz in the park. That is wicked right there.
Meanwhile, the Mets have realigned their outfield. To watch that pitch to Braun. Cespedes has moved to left. Lagares has come in to play center, and De Aza is now in right.
We have missed that because
we were talking about the last half.
Yes.
So now the Brewers are down to their final out, and Keon Broxton will bat for the first time. Broxton came in as a pinch runner in the 9th, stayed in center field, and he takes a strike. And Familia looking like a world beater right now.
He looks terrific tonight.
He has converted 36 consecutive save opportunities dating back to last year. He's 1 out away from 37. Broxton hitting 105 in the big leagues this year, and he's quickly down to the count 0-2. A lot of Met fans on hand getting to their feet, hoping Familia can seal the deal. 0-2.
He struck him out, and the ball game is over. The Mets win a crazy game in Milwaukee. Familia puts on the finishing touches on a night where Matt Harvey threw his 3rd consecutive stellar start. The Mets all smiles as they win their 3rd in a row as they beat the Brewers 2-1 in 11.
Well, I tell you what, this is a crazy game. The Brewers only had 3 hits, the Mets 10. Mets left 11 men on base. Both clubs had opportunities to win this game late in regulation, but the Mets pull it out on a very bizarre play, Gary, in the 11th inning. And credit to Matt Reynolds on very terrific at bat. He gets the game-winning RBI.
And Reynolds also made that great tag at third base that kept the Brewers from scoring in the 10th. And Familia made it look easy in the 11th. A ground ball and 2 strikeouts.